Okay, and I believe we're live. So welcome to our Saturday bargaining session here at Jefferson County Education Center. Happy May the 4th to you all, and also Derby weekend. So in that vein, we're going to go ahead and do introductions, go around the room. I believe there's probably stickers making their way around as well. And so we just need to know what your time constraints are, if there's any elephants in the room. And then kind of as a connecting question to get us started this morning, it'll be pretty quick and easy because it's Kentucky Derby Day. So I've put a link into your agenda and I want to know what's your horse. So, and we'll see who's the big winner. So, my name is Michelle Malis. I'm a Spanish teacher at Green Mountain High School, also Jcea bargaining chair. I have no time constraints. I'm here for the duration, however long that goes. No elephants today. And I'm going for fierceness. I got a good feeling about fierceness. So let's go. We'll go around to the left. Are you ready?
Ready. All right. Actually, I'm not ready because I don't know the opening question again. What was it again?
Oh, what's your horse?
All right. Okay, here we go. Okay. Hi, I'm Richard Sanchez. I am a 6th grade educator at Bell Middle School. No time constraints, no elephants. But I just do want to do a quick shout out to the just Windy Peak, Rob Ganizer, Tino, Spivey, and the things that they do up there. I feel like whenever I go up there, I'm just like, I always come back like rejuvenated and ready to go. And it's really super cool to see the students at Outdoor Lab. My horse, I just saw Encino. It makes me think of Encino Man, that movie from the 90s with Brendan Fraser. So we're going to do that. Encino.
Steve Landergan, Executive Director of Employee and Labor Relations. No time constraints, no elephants in the room. And actually, I guess for a time constraint, I would like to get home in time for the Bruins game at 6 o'clock. But, and I'll go with Mystic Dan.
Good morning. I'm Beth Grabois, Director of Math and Science. No elephants and no time constraints. Let's go with Just a Touch. Deanne Huffman, Principal at Hutchinson Elementary. No elephants or time constraints. And I'm going to go with Resilience.
Good morning. Michelle DeAndrea Austin, Principal at Bell Middle School. No elephants. My only time constraint is that I have to go pick my car up at lunchtime, but I should be back in time. And I am going with Society Man because I like a long shot.
Dale Mulholland, Social Studies teacher at Pomona High School and Jcea Vice President. No real time constraints other than we are rapidly running out of time to get this done. My elephant would be connected to that. Today was supposed to be our last day. I think we have 9 articles left to determine, plus compensation. If we don't get done by Memorial Day, then we go into the summer. I don't think we can bargain during the summer because it becomes very, very difficult, which means the contract expires on July 1st or July 31st, which means August 1st, we're 15 days away from school beginning, and we don't have a contract. And I think that becomes very problematic. So I think we got to get a lot done today. We've got to get a lot done next week, and we've got to get a lot done before Memorial Day because the summer is out of the question. So my horse is Forever Young because that's exactly it. It was one of my favorite songs when I was in high school. So it's a great song.
Is there a horse called Punctuality? Not me. Anthea Justice, Learning Specialist, Ryan Elementary.
I guess elephants will just ditto what Dale said because, yeah, I do want to make sure we get things squared up as soon as possible. I do have a time constraint, so not only was I late, I will also be leaving at around 2. So letting y'all know that. Horse-wise, I don't know. Last year there were some real fun ones that we ended up picking that, ooh, Mystic Dan. Has anyone picked him? I don't know. Let's see. What? Then I don't want that. No. We're gonna go with. Did anyone pick Grandma the first? Why not go with the longest one? Is that?
Hi. Christine Wiggins, JCEA. Ditto Dale, no time constraints. My mom's very into the Kentucky Derby and like she rides horses like all the time for fun. So I texted her and she hasn't gotten back to me. So I'll tell you what her answer is.
Brooke Williams, art educator, JCA president. I was also going to pick Forever Young, so I guess I'm going to pick a different horse because that just seems. Yeah, I know. I'll go Just Steel for keeping it real.
Rob Cassidy. I'm a science teacher at Standing Lake High School. Let's see, elephant-wise, the one thing is Saturday is my, I don't do anything with school day. So, for real, it's I take one day a week where I don't do any schoolwork, and the fact I'm here kind of violates that. So, that's just, it's a fact. I do also have, and it's not really an elephant, but a request. The last several years, there's been Appendix 1 of the quarterly report has been a FTD chart with detailed information on the FTDs of the district. For whatever reason, that was omitted from this year's quarterly reports. So I was wondering if that table is available. The FTD, there's a detailed FTE chart, a chart showing full-time employees and all the different classifications. And for the past several years, it's been in the quarterly reports as Appendix A. This year, it's not there. So if that could be available, that would be awesome. In terms of the horses, and it is, my sister was actually really into horse racing and really loves Steve Coffin. I think that was his name. Growing up, like the kid or something, and he won like Triple Crown a few times. But anyway, I'm a geography person, and I don't usually like going for the favorite, but I don't see how I can't go with Sierra Leone.
Jennifer Kimson. I'm a director in human resources. No time constraints, no elephants other than to just ditto what has been said about doing our due diligence today to try to get as many of our articles wrapped up as we can. And the horse that I'm going to pick is West Saratoga because the horse is named after a street in Inglewood and is from Colorado. The owner is from Colorado.
I'm Lisa Elliott with JCA staff. May the 4th be with you. Brought my friend today. My grandson agreed to lend it to me. Isn't it amazing? I love him. Anyway, yeah, I bought it kind of for me, but I gave it to my grandson for Christmas. I'm going to go with the Colorado horse too, the West Saratoga, and I think Amanda can explain more about it. And I have no time constraints to no elephants.
Oh, that is bad to be next to me. Hi, everyone. I'm Stephanie, JCA bargaining team. No elephants, no time constraints, and just trying to get him down for a nap. Go to sleep, little one. It's okay. Oh, okay. I gotta stop. I was scrolling through all of them. I'm gonna go with Resilience, although I do love the Colorado horse and Forever Young because it was my high school song.
Maria Messer, Executive Director of Special Education. No elephants. I do have a time constraint, but I don't know the details. I will have to leave for about an hour or so at some point, probably after lunch. Right after lunch, I'm hoping. I'm going to go with Catching Freedom. Did I steal yours?
You did. Good morning, Mike Freeman, Community Superintendent. No time constraints, no elephants. I do have a gratitude that I just want to express in terms of Jcea and Jcaa partnered together to help bring out the National Teacher of the Year last Friday, along with Martinson Services was our title sponsor. She has an incredible message of gratitude and like finding one good thing in every day, as well as the important role that educators, we all play in preserving our democracy and standing on education. Public education is such an important piece of freedom, which is why I was going to choose Catching Freedom, and I still do.
Good morning, everyone. Amanda Perazio, Associate Chief of Schools. I have no time constraints, and except I'd love to be able to see the Derby, but my husband will record it anyway. So if I don't get to see it in time, don't tell me who wins, because I will watch it on playback. I have no elephants in the room. I totally agree with Dale and all that have emphasized that we do have quite a few articles to get done. I am optimistic for today. I think we will get some things accomplished, and I'm looking forward to that. The horse that I'm choosing is also West Saratoga. I heard the whole story on the news this morning around this owner who has owned racing horses for a long time. This horse only cost $11,000, which sounds like a lot, but as comparatively speaking, some of the other horses are millions of dollars. And this is his first Derby ticket. The jockey who is riding this horse today will have a bright yellow jersey on and a Colorado flag, which we all love our Colorado flag, and so represent in the Derby today. And that is why I'm wearing my hat, but I will take it off because it's starting to itch my head already. So.
And I'm Anna Bryant. I teach third grade at Hackberry Hill. I don't have any elephants or time constraints. And I'm going to go for Domestic Product because he has the saddest name, and I think he needs a little bit of love.
Thank you, everybody, for sharing that. Your horse, and we'll see. May the odds be ever in your favor. So, all right. So, and in our favor too, as Dale said, we have a lot left to wrap up, and we're running out of runway. So, the agenda today, it looks like we're going to be starting with Article 23, which is remote learning. And that is going to be District Foxtrot version. Article 12, hiring displacement. That will be Jcea Foxtrot. We got Article 26, sped language, Jcea Charlie. Article 13, leaves, Jcea Delta version. Article 3, that is negotiation procedure. Nope. Association relationship. Thank you. That one's later. Association relationship, Jcea golf. Article 5, time management, district golf. Article 24, AMP language, district delta. And then time allowing, if we get there, we have tentatively on the schedule the JCEA comp and benefits counter, and also Article 4, that is the association relationship, and that would be our version, so Charlie version. So we got a lot, and we're going to hopefully be able to get through as much of this as we can today. One other item I just thought of is we don't have a caucus room scheduled. Perfect. So we will probably be going in and out, going into caucus when need be, especially when we're trying to tie up articles. So just be patient if you're watching from home or you're here in the room, that there will be where we're in and out of the live stream working on different language items, but that's a general schedule. So in order to get us started here, I think I'm turning this over to Amanda, or is it Mike? That's right. Mike for Article 23.
Okay, great. Can someone else project? You got it. Thank you. All right, Article 23. Gotta make my screen bigger so I can see it. I believe we in 23 23-1, we accepted instruction. We accepted the strikeout of hybrid or combination of the 3 instructional models. Want to continue to talk about the words in blue. We didn't strike them out, but we didn't accept them either because of the words in red. So educators will not be required to deliver in-person and online instruction simultaneously unless agreed to collaboratively by the ALT and impacted teachers for the purpose of intervention or innovation. So again, thinking around that piece is, I believe that captures some practices already in place where folks are currently doing that, not only in JVA or JRLP, but across our system. Again, very rare, but kind of where we have perhaps like kids are court ordered to be in person, and we have to provide kind of a unique model there, or maybe through the MTSS process, student requests, family requests. Sometimes it's related to grant funding, or sometimes I think about the innovation piece of High School Reimagine, where you might have a really high level chemistry class of 5 kids, and that teacher may be able to provide some instruction to other kids across the area. And as we think about how we can share some of that funding that could go with that. So again, thinking about like, how do we allow enough flexibility for innovation and for intervention in those without changing the primary model of our remote programs. So 23-2, we accepted unless otherwise agreed upon through the collaborative process, and added, again, language in there similar to what I just talked about. Alternative practices may be considered for intervention as part of the MTSS process, knowing as you think about JRLP, kids that are sometimes most at risk are the kids that are not showing up to JRLP, and then how do we have them show up either by court order or by MTSS, and they're in person as well. And so JVA, same thing, as you think about kids that are not being successful. Again, having that language be in there of like, what can we consider for these students through that process to make sure that we're meeting the needs of some of our most impacted students. 23-2-2. I think we accepted the language that's in blue. JRLP educators will be required to report to a physical location in person as determined by the school requirements, and school collaborative process is described in Article 10, which is really about the OLT process. And we said with a minimum advance notice of 7 days when possible. I know that JRLP, and I'm assuming JVA, probably does a lot of scheduling to their OLT now of when people are going to be showing up in person. That's happening now this spring. But I know like with testing, we might be asking an educator to come in and proctor some tests. So I think when possible helps us to do that. But certainly that advance notice, again, I think is probably being put into their schedules right now, even as the spring schedules are being developed. So most educators know, hey, these are the days we're going to be coming in person, which is why we struck out if an educator, let me get my screen. If an educator is unable to attend in person due to an unforeseen weather, family, or health issue, they may attend virtually. As with any other school, if an educator is unable to attend for those reasons, we want them to take a sick or personal day and be able to attend to their family or health issue like anyone else in our district. So and then we accepted, no, I think that was already accepted through the collaborative process. Buildings will make every effort to meet family and student needs. 23-2-3. Holding. 23-2-3, we added some language there around the OLT will work with the framework of healthy and equitable start and end times initiative to recommend a start and end time to be approved by the chief of schools. So I tried to capture, instead of we struck the educator workday will not extend beyond 4. So we felt like, what is the practice now? And the practice now is that JRLP has to work within the healthy and equitable start times. Again, they're a K-12 remote school, so the elementary start time doesn't apply, the middle school start time doesn't quite apply, and the high school time doesn't apply, but how do they make a decision within that framework for their start and end time that then would be approved by the chief of schools? So that's the practice now. So, and then not wanting to determine their 40-hour work week, but again, the OLT should be doing that work. 23-2-4, by the time you guys struck our language and then I struck some of your language, we didn't have 23-2-4 left. So, yeah, that's right. And so the reason why is we thought, if we're just really going to be referring back to Article 8, then let's just leave it in Article 8. That was the thinking behind that. So, and not have language that that confuses the issue if we're just going to refer back to Article 8. That's all been moved already. So let's go to the JVA portion. So 20. I feel like there's some redundant pieces in here. If you scroll down to 23-4, I think there's some redundant cut and paste in there that we can clean up. But 23-4 starts JVA. 23-4-1, we accepted the word will, the strikeout of primarily. So JVA will provide asynchronous virtual learning opportunities unless otherwise agreed upon through the collaborative process. We accepted all that. Again, added the language, alternative practices may be considered for intervention as part of the MTSS process. We accepted educators and students will use the learning management system. And then 23-4-2, JVA educators can be required to report to a physical location in person as determined by school requirements, and the school collaborative process is outlined in Article 10. We accepted that language. Again, we said just to mirror the language of JRLP, we added with as much advance notice given when possible. We'd already, I think, agreed to that language. And then going down to 23-4-4. The big change, I think, is we struck the language of if JVA uses Hexter's quarters, and we added the language down at the bottom. If alternative master schedules are being considered that accelerate credit beyond the 0.5 semester credit, OLT and administration will engage in collaboration, is outlined in Article 10 as to determine appropriate caseloads in relation to the amount of credit being earned in a grading period. So again, getting back to leaving class sizes and loads in Article 8. And I think that's it.
Can we agree to just delete the homebound stuff and just get it, because we moved it? That will make it a little easier, I think, to navigate. Yeah, so I think we just delete the homebound stuff, and then maybe we can clean it up easier.
Okay.
Thanks, Jennifer.
All right, so we're going to open this up for questions. And I saw Christine, and then Brooke. I saw Rob, Richard, Lisa. So we'll start with you, Christine.
Okay. I have a question. How many, I know like folks come to JRLP and sometimes they're administratively transferred. Do you know how many students typically are transferred?
That's a great question. If I remember right, are you talking about kind of like transferred in through the year through administrative transfers. I believe it was over 200 this year.
And is that typically like because of behavior issues or attendance issues?
Yes and yes, and including safety transfers from the district. So a student, for example, did something in their home school, and our safety review team, is that right? SRT? Student review team might make a decision that that student can't return to their home comprehensive school and needs to attend an online setting, which is often obviously JVA or JRLP.
It would be like JRLP, probably if it's not a high school kid, because JVA wouldn't be an option.
Yeah, I would say either one. It'd probably determine, like, again, what is that team and the AECs believe is the best appropriate placement for that kid. Oftentimes it can be, it might be a elementary or middle school kid as well.
And then JRLP is not an AEC school, correct?
Correct. JVA is.
Right.
Yep.
So I guess I'm just wondering if this is like the most, when we were talking about like having kids come in, I think then an AEC might be a more appropriate placement than JRLP. If that's what the need is because of, you said legally trying to get them in or MTSS, why is JRLP the most appropriate option then?
I would say, as we think about students that were that were like transferring on a safety transfer, it probably just depends on, like, again, thinking about is that student with that family and the needs, is it synchronous or asynchronous? That's probably the determining factor, because both are remote, right? And if the kid was transferred, they'd still have a safety plan that goes with them if there was an in-person piece, right? So
sure. I guess also they could go to CLC or they could go to Brady.
yeah, oftentimes they do as well.
Those are in-person programs, though, so they don't have virtual programming. Oftentimes, I would say that 90% of the transfers, high school transfers for online programming, do go to JVA if it has to do with safety concerns. You're right, they are an AEC, whereas JRLP is an option school. However, JVA fills up too. And so we have to make sure that we're staying within the ratios that are expected as outlined in the contract. And so that's why sometimes JRLP takes the overflow. As Mike indicated, I don't know, in a couple of sessions ago, they have modified their funding model. So to address the concern about the large number of students who are coming in after October count as well. Mm-hmm. And we're not just transferring kids to JRLP or JVA because of safety, but also parent request, right? Mm-hmm. Some parents are traveling, some kids are involved heavily in outside sports and activities, and some of them live in other countries for 3 months at a time with their families. And so I don't want anyone to get the wrong idea that our virtual schools are only for alternative education and safety concerns, but some parents want their kids in this type of program.
Right. I mean, they choose it when they enroll their kid. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, or they choose them through the admin transfer process, right? Which again is typically after October, which is why we put them on modified SPB to help accommodate those fluctuations after the funding is done.
I think I've cleaned it up, so everyone refresh your page, which will help. And then I just want to clarify to make sure that we don't need to discuss in 2344. There's language at the bottom of that, Mike, that wasn't in the language up above around if alternate master schedules. Did we discuss that? I just wanted to make sure.
Yep. Thank you. Yep, I did read that. Yep.
Okay. I don't want to take up a ton of time. I just want to throw out there, like, I continuously wonder at what point do we say like JRLP really is more of an AEC, or make sure that people are getting the right supports for all the kids that are being transferred there and may need more support, right? The other thing I'll say is the AMP language, like I see what you're saying, why put it here when it's in Article 8, everyone needs to follow that. It's not being followed, so that's really why they felt like it was explicit to put in there to make sure that AMP, it's called out, same process at JRLP that it would have at another school.
Christine, I'm sorry, did you say AMP?
Yeah, there's a part, where he said, well, now we've just like struck this whole thing. Go down some more. And there's, right, yep.
Oh, yeah. Gotcha. Thank you.
So there's some AMP language there, and that's really just expressed, like reflecting what I heard from the AMP teachers. So
I'm sorry, I thought it was just class size, but now I see the AMP that you're referring to. Also, just so everyone is aware, to be an AEC, that is a state Colorado approval. You have to pass a certain number of qualifiers in order to be an AEC, and JRLP has tried at least 2 years in a row, and they don't meet those qualifiers. And we can get you a list of those if you're ever wondering.
Okay, Brooke?
Okay, if we could go back up to 23-1. So on average, how many students does a JRLP educator have on at a time? I just kind of wanted to know.
You mean in their
class period?
In their class periods?
Uh-huh.
I would say they're following the contract language now. On average, I don't know what the average is, but I know that it depends on the section, right? So like when we try to get in a kid into JRLP, we're looking at like how many kids are in 8th grade, right? And are you over your caseload? And if you are you, Kayla's approaching those teams to say, hey, we're over in social studies, but we have room in science and ELA and math. Can we work to get this kid in or no?
Yeah, well, and I'm also concerned because we're hearing as you went through the contract, you said that some of these are some of our most at-risk students, and these can be some of the hardest students to keep engaged and maybe even managed. And so how do you envision these interventions or innovations happening when educators I know it says that we won't teach simultaneously unless it's agreed upon by the ALT, but when we have some of the most at-risk students and some of the hardest to keep engaged, I find it difficult to picture how to do that with kids in person and online at the same time. Part of the reason we have that in our contract is it was so difficult on our educators. So I'm just wondering.
Yeah, and I get that, and that's why I wanted to make sure I tried to get in language that said, hey, that should be talked about and approved in ALT and by the impacted teacher. And again, like the at-risk piece is not all kids at JRLP, but the kids at JVA and JRLP, just like in our comprehensive schools that are not coming and not showing up, right? So then being able to think about how could we approach those students differently and approach our.
This is also not just about JRLP and JVA, this first section, right? Mike had given me an example yesterday. What if there is a Calc C teacher somewhere and it's only taught at Lakewood High School, but a kid at Chatfield High School would like to take that, and the educator is willing or interested in offering their class to other students without having to leave their home high school. This isn't currently happening to my knowledge, but it could happen. And so that's why Mike put in the part about innovation. And it would not happen unless it was agreed to by the educator. We're not going to force educators to do this. I agree with you. I do not want to bring back up the PTSD that everyone has from COVID. That's not the intention. It's just the intention to leave some flexibility for future possibilities.
And including like mental health situations. I know, like talking to some of my principals of like, where is this happening and why? And, some of my principals like, well, sometimes the counselors and the teachers come together and say, hey, this kid's going to be out of school for 2 weeks because of this mental health or this illness. Could we do this? Right? And again, no one's being forced to do it, but like if people can figure out a way to serve that kid's needs, like we don't want to have language that says you can't do that.
Well, I just think that would be part of the variance process. So I don't necessarily feel like it needs to be outlined here. I think it puts educators in a position where they sort of feel like they have to, especially if the ALT is meeting and there's some people on there that feel like this needs to happen. It does put educators in a position sometimes, I think, where they feel like they can't say no. So I just want to make sure that they're protected, that they can say no when they need to, because it's just, especially when you have an impacted classroom, I can't imagine trying to manage kids in person and online at the same time. Even though we had to do that, that was terrible. And there was many things that happened. Kids would put things in the chat that were inappropriate while a teacher was helping a kid in the classroom and missed it, like all kinds of nightmare things. So I just want to prevent that from happening. But to move on to 2322, when we met with district management about JRLP, it was said to us that like this was a new vision and that they would have educators from all over Colorado, that they could teach from all over the place. And that they could hire people from, and how they would grow this program. And that was sort of how it was advertised to us. And it was advertised to educators that applied for these jobs. And some did live in district and then ended up moving out. Some were hired outside and lived kind of far away. And that's accurate, right? Like what's the furthest one? I don't know. Oh, yeah. I mean, there's one that lives like 6 hours away. And so I guess my concern about this is when they're required to come in person, this is how it was advertised to them. And once again, we're going back on our word. And this is like how we break trust with our educators. So I want to think about this because that is how, when they were hired and when this program was being created, it was advertised to all of us. And now we're going back on that word. And so it's changing things and it's putting people in different and hard situations and it's breaking down trust. So I just wanted to highlight that. And then in 23-4-1.
Can we stop there for just a minute, Brooke?
Yeah.
In terms of in 23-2-2, the only place I see where we're not coming in agreement is when possible, right? And the unforeseen events, which again, I would say it's respectful for our educators if they have a family or health crisis, whatever, that that's no different than any other school. And we allow them to take the time that they need to deal with that family or health crisis and take time. And they don't need to come in virtually, because in the same way we don't tell people who have a family health crisis at any comprehensive school that you need to come in virtually. No, go deal with your health crisis or your family crisis. And so I see it as a respectful and in line with how we treat our other employees.
Okay. And then 23-4-1. Will the alternative practices such as interventions also be part of this collaborative process?
Yes, I think we could add through the PBST. I mean, that's kind of where MTSS lives, if that would be helpful. But yes, I think that's all through the collaborative process.
Okay. I just, maybe we can clarify that a little bit, because the way that I read that, it doesn't, the collaborative process is above. So I just wanted to make sure that was also part of the collaborative.
I think I was just trying to call out, again, getting the feedback that I'm getting, just trying to call out the importance of how do we respond through MTSS and through intervention. So it's the intervention side of how do we meet the needs of our kids and how do we help our teachers say yes when they want to say yes. And certainly I hear what you're saying in terms of the ability to say no as well. But when teachers want to say yes, to hey, we can help these kids if we do things differently. That's not in our primary mode of delivery, whether it's synchronous or asynchronous. And if it's and having these kids in person because they're court ordered to be in person, whatever that is, how do we solve that together as a team?
Thank you.
Rob.
Okay, I had a few comments, I think similar in the vein to what Brooke was talking about. 2323, we'd had a 4 o'clock kind of time to end for schooling there. And I guess my concern here, there's a couple things. One, I know that I will sometimes get emails, I think our day ends at like 3:45 at school. And sometimes I'll get an email that's at like 3:43 or something. And I have never, in defense of things, I've never been given an email of that and then the next day been told, well, why didn't you read your email? So there's never been any abuse of that. But I'm a little concerned that if there's no outer limit to when teachers are kind of on call, that, first, if, administrators or something were to send out information later at night, how are you going to respect kind of a, work-life boundary if there's no defined start and end to the day? And I think that
there is a defined start and end to the day, right? So they have to, let's say in terms of their bell schedule, is that what you mean?
Well, I'm meaning you crossed out the 4 o'clock end time. So, and I guess related to that is during COVID when I, was teaching remotely, a lot of the kids worked at like midnight to 2 a.m.
Yeah.
And so will there be an expectation because, that's when the kids are working that, you need to be there for your kids because, that's when they're working. And I'm not, that's a little bit of an extreme example, but
I think
are we going to set up a relationship where all of a sudden the teacher is expected to be checking things at 9 at night or at 5 in the morning or something, or can these teachers have the same boundaries of, an 8-hour time shift when they're expected to be, aware of what's going on?
I would say it would be the same that governs your workday at your school, which is you have your bell schedule and then you have your 40-hour week that's defined by your OLT, right? So on Wednesdays or whatever, you might stay a little bit later than you do on your Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday because you have committees or you have PLCs, but you're still working your 40-hour week. So no one, in the same way a JRLP or JRLP, you want to make sure that here's our bell schedule, and now we build our 40-hour week around that. That includes our PLCs and our committees right, all of that work.
So you wouldn't be opposed if we put some guardrails in just to, define within the 40-hour bell schedule, I guess.
Within the 40-hour week? Yeah, sure.
Yeah, that would make sense. If we ended the day, the work day, every educator in JRLP would have to start at 7 a.m. But what if their students don't start till 8:45 and they don't end till 3:45? They would have 15 minutes at the end of the day to just like wrap up all the things. If we said you will stop working at 4, but yeah, they should have a 40-hour work week. I 100% agree with you.
Okay, I just have fear because I think that's happened in society in general. Is there's this creep of, and there's all these articles about you go on vacation, but you're not actually on vacation because you have to check your email. Even though you're on the beach in Cozumel, even though Denver no longer has flights to Cozumel, but that's another issue. So 2344 was the other one. And I guess similar to Brooke, I have fear of pressure there. If we don't have some defined number of students, and the high school amount has been 150 per semester, but if you were to run it a quarter, that could be 300 a semester or 600 a year. And I know there's a lot of turnover in these schools. There's a lot of new kids who come in, and will those teachers potentially be pressured into teaching, hundreds and hundreds of kids who might be there for a month and then leave, and then more kids come and then leave? That makes it really hard to get relationships with kids.
I think an example that was just given to me by JVA is I know they considered going to Hexters, and the OLT considered that and said, no, we don't want to do that, right? Which is in alignment with the language that I added there of like, it's really about accelerating credits versus maintaining the credits and the caseloads that are outlined in Article 8, right? So, when people are considering accelerating credits, they have to take that to their OLT and have that be approved. And JVA just said no, and so they're not doing that. So I think that's already working.
But again, would you be opposed to guardrails of there's only X number of students that a teacher could see in a given year?
I think I would be opposed to language that's not already in Article 8. So I think it just makes sense to not have language in here that contradicts Article 8. So I'd say let's do that work in Article 8.
So then what that would mean is that Article 8 says, for secondary, it's 150. So that would also be true for these online schools.
Whatever we put in Article 8, I think would be true for, yeah.
Well, I think the issue, though, with the 150 is it says per grading period. So if you suddenly make your grading period really short, then all of a sudden you can open up the possibility of having a lot more students.
Yeah, and we have schools doing that now. So if we said in Article 8 that you can't do that, that's going to impact schools that are already doing that. So I'd say,
I mean, I don't know. I do know
leave it working where it's working, but because from my understanding, it's more about credit acceleration, trying to say, hey, we're going to pack more credits into a shorter amount of time versus having a guaranteed and viable curriculum, whether it's over 4 quarters or whether it's over 3 trimesters. We're covering the same amount of material in that time period versus accelerated credits where we're condensing the amount of material that we're trying to cover with our kids, which is what JVA just said. Let's not do that.
Okay, because I know we taught for a while at Stanley Lake. I taught with another teacher quarters, and that really didn't work because the kids, didn't have time to really get to know, me as a teacher, him as a teacher, and we stopped doing it after a couple of years because it was not being successful.
Yeah.
So
I know other CLCs having great luck with that right now, just because again, a kid that instead of failing for getting to a place in 9 weeks where you're failing, you're never going to be able to recover. You're able to recover. You're able to get a reset much faster, right?
Okay. Well, thank you.
I think Lisa, and then Richard, and then Jennifer, and then Dale.
Mike, I know you're community soup for JRLP. Are you also for JVA?
No, Wendy Dorn is for JVA.
Oh, because she's AEC.
Because she's AEC.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. I want to ask. I want to go back up to 23.1. I know we've already talked about it, but can you said this is already happening. Where it's happening? How many places it's happening? What are the situations? Because frankly, it's a contract violation that it's happening anywhere. Not that they couldn't do a variance, they could, but I just want some examples of the type of ways it's happening and where, et cetera.
I know, for example, there's students at JRLP that are court ordered to attend in person. And so Kayla's working, I think, trying to figure out how do we have some staff that are teaching them, and those classes are wired for cameras and sound.
So did they report to the JRLP offices? Where the JRLP office is?
I don't know that. Yeah.
Can I pipe in here real quick?
Yeah.
Because does this part refer to any possible remote? It's not just JRLP.
That's what I tried to write it for.
So let me give you just an example. I've had it's not happening right now, but it has happened where I've had students who, I'm in Golden, so we've got students who are with families that their parents are professors and they go teach in other parts of the world. And so sometimes those kids will virtually join a class, not necessarily every single day, but they will sometimes join a class virtually while they are gone or with their parents. And then when they come back, they're back in class, but that way they can still stay connected to the class. So that occasionally happens.
And what's the logistics of that? Is there like a video camera in the room, or is it just the teacher's laptop with their camera? Or
it depends on it just depends on what we were able to set up. So, I mean, I've seen it where the kids, actually sometimes the kids are addressing the class, like say, for example, if they're giving us a class presentation where they'll be projected onto the screen, or they'll be on the teacher's computer. So it just kind of depends. But and it's a temporary situation. It's not like this is going to go on for, a year. It's usually more temporary.
I'll tell you a personal story. Is my daughter and I were driving to Tennessee, and she didn't want to miss class, and her teacher said, well, just, Maria's going to turn her laptop around and she's going to keep you in class. And so we had AP US history driving across Nebraska, and so it was just that teacher's willingness to say, like, I don't want you to miss, so I'm going to have you come in.
Well, and I'm not unhappy that these success stories are out there. I just want to tell you how much we heard from teachers when we had to do this during the pandemic, and it was like, never again. So if it's being done in some places and it's working, it's not like I want to shut that down. But again, guardrails and the fact that it is a contract violation to do it and it's happening anyway, we need to have a mechanism so that if there are places where teachers are willing to do it, it's temporary, et cetera, maybe there's a process that's a little shorter than a variance or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
But
Because you wouldn't want a variance every time somebody's trying to meet a individual student need, right?
yeah, I just, like Brooke said, we want to make sure teachers that are agreeing to do it are agreeing to do it truly voluntarily and not feeling coerced and
absolutely,
backed in a corner and like they have to do it. Anyway, that's all I have.
Okay, so I think there's the issue here and why we have so many open articles and why we're filling up against it is because there has just been consistently a lack of clarifying language that is being proposed back to us. And like, we're just not gonna, like the guardrails, it's just this loosey-goosey language that makes for a weak contract for our educators. And that's why we just keep spinning wheels. And that's how come we're just not gonna stand for it. But my question had to go to 2322. I'm curious to know why we're not committing to, like, okay, so yeah, because you were talking about this, I wanted to, so family emergency, talk to the administrator, obviously go deal with that, right? But then what about weather? I mean, that happens here. I mean, if we have a staff meeting, and during that staff meeting, a snowstorm starts, and somebody's driving all the way back up to Vail or wherever they're located, that's 3 or 4 hours away, like, why can't we commit to the inclement weather?
I would expect that the staff meeting would be canceled in general because no one should be driving in that. Same thing for Coronado Elementary School. If they have a staff meeting and it starts snowing outside, they better cancel that staff meeting because safety is our number one priority for staff, students, families, etc. So I just feel like there needs to be the ability for people to take care of themselves and also for a staff to cancel a meeting. Not everything has to switch to virtual just because it's a virtual school. I mean, I think it's acceptable to cancel a staff meeting. And as the community superintendent, I used to be it for JRLP, I would tell Kayla, cancel your staff meeting. Please do not ask people to drive here in person.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you for clearing that up. Thank you.
Yeah, in the same way, it's snowing in the mountains, but not in the foothills, and our mountain schools cancel after school activities or staff meetings.
Thank you so much. And maybe this has already been clarified. This is my last little bit here. JRLP is They're one asynchronous and synchronous, right? And maybe this has been covered already. We have asynchronous, JRLP is synchronous, and JVA is asynchronous, right?
Correct, primarily so. That's our primary mode of delivering instruction.
Okay. And I'm always confused as to why we're trying to mirror language between the two. Why we're trying to have similar language with JVA and JRLP. Like, what's the thinking behind that?
I think like mirroring the language of making sure if people have to be in person, right, that the standard is the same, right? If people are gonna be given advance notice, that standard should be similar, right? Because they're both remote employees primarily, and so how do we make sure that we're treating those employee groups the same? There's not one standard for this group who's asynchronous and one standard for this group that's synchronous, when it doesn't make sense to have different standards.
I just have a question about students being court ordered. You know, they have to show and all that. Why would they go to JVA or JRLP and not to Brady or Reconnect or one of those schools?
Why would they go to Brady? Why wouldn't they go to Brady? Yeah. It would depend, again, it would depend on the court order, it would depend on space available. I'm trying to think of other pieces, but it probably depend on where we feel like we could best serve them, synchronous versus asynchronous.
I don't know if I see any other questions. I just, we're definitely going to have to take this back and look at this. And, I just want to reiterate that the reason these questions are being asked or these concerns are being raised is because these things are happening, and we want to prevent a slippery slope where one person feels that they are, I don't want to say strong arm, but feel like they have to do it. And then they're like, well, so-and-so did it, so now you guys have to do it. We were putting the guardrails on there to protect the educator's right to a workload that is manageable and it's reasonable. And so the clear is kind, consistent is kind. And so knowing what's in there and saying, hey, this is the process, this is what we allow and don't allow. And then, okay, in that situation, maybe that's where the variance process does come in. So, so that's where and these things are happening. These are concerns. And so that is where this is coming from. So we will for sure look at this during some caucus time today and hopefully have a return. In the meantime, I want to just check with the team. Were you ready for 12 or did we need to? Nope. We're doing, okay, so we're going to flip. We're going to do 26 next.
And Michelle, I'd be open to, like, if we want to do that one by straw, what do you call it? Straw design? If we want to, like, jump in a room and try to get that one to where we could get it done quickly too, I'd be open to that.
All right. I think we'll probably talk to a team and see what would be the best path forward, either returning it or straw design. Okay. So at this time, we're going to move on to Article 26. So I believe I'll be turning that over to Christine, and you have the link to show. Okay, great.
Yeah, and we have Jennifer, Kate, any other special ed article bargainers here? Do I see Heather? Okay, anyway, if you're a special ed article bargainer, come on down. Introduce yourself and pick a horse for the Kentucky Derby? It's fine. You don't need to pick one.
Jennifer Anglis, learning specialist at Ralston Valley. And yeah, I don't have the list of horses. So I don't know. The RV Mustang.
Kate Noyes, AM Center teacher at Hutchinson Elementary, and I'd go with Long Shot. Hope that's on the list.
Yeah. Okay, putting this in the agenda. Oh. Oh, that's the agenda. I just made the agenda really big so everyone can see that. Okay. I'm going to go through this and, yeah, if you guys want to chime in and say anything about anything, go for it. Okay. For the last one, we were just clarifying D a little bit and making it like read nicely in the list with the heading above and making sure that, administrators are helping support our special ed employees. MTSS, we accepted pretty much the majority of that and then added another couple of clarifying words. Uh-oh. Amber alert. Okay. Specially designed instruction. I read this and I thought, well, what about our kids who need access to EEOs, right? Like this all applies to them. So we've accepted this list, but with the addition of students who might need to master EEOs. And then again, we're just putting a little bit of clarification in 26.221. So adding in co-taught classes, and it'll be determined by the special education team based upon what the student needs. Okay. A lot of the co-teaching language from below, it was all struck. So we're accepting the vast majority of that, but with moving some of it above. So we wanted to make sure that people still are trained in co-teaching. It's really important. It's probably one of the best professional learning I had in my career. And then we put in here like a summary from the language that was below, right? So here are some of the models that are available if you are co-teaching, and it is a joint partnership. So you and your gen ed co-teacher would decide what to do based upon student need and how to deliver the lesson. Secondary caseload limits, we put this in here because it's still very important. And so we want to make sure that it is in line with Article 8. Center programming. Hey, Kate, do you want to talk about this? Okay, do it.
Sure, which one's going to be better, looking up there or with the glasses? So what we did, we accepted the beginning, and then we added and provide students with an education that is most appropriate in a least restrictive environment. And then 2623, we accepted that, but added collaborate, just because that is a huge piece of center programming, is that collaboration. And then creating a plan for coverage when a teacher or paraeducator is out. When there is not enough staff to meet students or staff needs, the central education department will be contacted by building administrator to provide additional support. The plan will be reviewed quarterly and may be amended to best serve student needs. We moved the things that were struck out at the bottom to this spot because we thought it'd be a better spot. So 26232, to the greatest extent possible, center-based teachers will not span more than 2 grade levels. If not possible, the teacher and admin will have a collaborative conversation, and the teachers will be paid at a per diem rate. I see where the last one didn't make sense. I did not mean for it to be only 2 grades in a school. I meant for the teachers to only have 2 grade levels. When 26233, when starting a new initiative or training on curriculum that is mandated to be used, the district will provide training that supports teaching multiple grade levels. I can't stress enough how hard it is to manage more than one grade level when it's a new curriculum, learning each grade level, learning each nuances of it. When we go to the learning specialist training, it doesn't give us the overview of the training. When we go to a grade level, it only gives us that grade level, and every grade level is different. And we need training on how to manage multiple pieces, multiple things. And I do believe there's enough center teachers that it would be beneficial, because it's not just AN, it is ASD and it is SSN. We all have those issues. In fact, one of my friends teaches 4 grade levels. I did that for a year and I failed. So we need training on that. And I think it would be an easy thing to do. All center, 26234, all center programs will maintain the same student to staff ratio, including teachers. I know a lot of center teachers are getting burned out because of everything that is expected of them during the day. We don't get a moment break. So we need help.
Yep, and I think the last one there, we accepted the strike below that says a 2-to-1 ratio. Our thinking there is just that if you're in an AN, an ASE, an SSN, you should all have the same ratio, because that's what's going to best serve the students. Okay, accepted the language change there. Down to 2631. We have a lot of agreement. We just put in here that the committee would meet at least 4 times per school year, right? If there's a committee, we want them to do stuff. So 4 times was a good baseline. And then this is a little bit more clarification. The committee will explore, and then we put in here creating equitable staffing ratios and to address professional learning needs. We have agreement on a lot of that. Now we're down to 26.4. We have agreement on all that. We agreed to moving the preschool language. We have agreement on evaluation. Agreement on the scheduling. Okay, down to 26.6.7. We've added a line that says, however, a quiet and private space must be prioritized when special education providers need to test or hold confidential meetings. Again, I know a lot of our spacing challenges that we have in our schools, and we can't test kids in places that don't have 4 walls, or where there are other kids and it doesn't make it private or confidential.
And the prioritization is at least once a week. Everybody on my team ends up on a wild goose chase to find a place. If we're really lucky, we don't have the kids trailing us on that wild goose chase, but it happens.
Okay, agreement on staffing allocations. We've added a line here, 26.7.4. Allocations will be made to ensure special education staff caseloads do not exceed what's put forth in 8 and F. My understanding is y'all still have that. We've given that right back. And we need caseloads in the contract. Okay. Agreement on the language about the split school assignments. Case management. So now we're going down to 26.9.1.4. We have added some language here. So when student plans have required supervision prior to the start of the day and or after the school day, coverage plans will be collaboratively developed with the special education team and administration. This plan will be reviewed quarterly with the special education team and the principal to develop and review a schedule that provides for planning and lunch for all service providers. Service providers will not need to create plans for their duty-free lunch and plan time. If consensus is not reached, then the SPED department will come and help teams come to a decision. Coverage plan should not impede duty-free lunch plan or exceed the 40-hour work week. And if it does, then staff will be paid at their per diem rate. Okay, safety, we're agreement in the 2611-1. So now we're down to what is new 2611-1. And we've added some language. Special educators will collaborate with administrators to determine which events or activities they will not be required to attend in order to offset IEP meetings and the time spent completing legally required paperwork that fall outside of the contracted workday. We've said that 22 and a half hours, like some of the IEP time can count into that. The reality is, probably some learning specialists are going to wind up being at all the conferences and events and all the IEPs. But wherever there's a possibility, we want to make sure that there's some collaboration so that way there's clarity on what they might not be able to attend in order to help them with their time. Okay, so preschool, we just put in here whose expertise is in early childhood education because it's important. As I said before, we agreed to all this, the strike of co-teaching, and it was moved above, and we've summarized some of these points. And MTSS is moved above. So now we're down to ad pay. And we put back in the language that we had originally proposed. And I will also say, I believe D was in your original Article 5 proposal. So then you returned it and you struck it, but you had proposed that language. So we were just moving it into special ed because that's where it made sense for us to have it. But we think this provides the most clarity. I think that we are we're in agreement with they'll be compensated for the additional days, right? Special ed people do a lot of additional work outside the contract day. We are saying 5 days. The reality is 3 does not reflect the amount of time people spend outside of their workday. And people have run through the 3 days by October or maybe sooner.
And I think when we look at how, testing revolves around, we have a December 1 count and then we have our spring season. I can show you my log of hours, but yeah, the 3 days are usually pretty much gone prior to December. And then that second half, you're still doing evaluations, your process of looking at that mid-year data and trying to, again, provide what's needed for students. So we're just trying to hold safe the fact that those 3 days go quickly and that as we look at the span of a year, the second half can be just as busy as the first half. So
Center program language is above, so this has all been struck. And then we accepted some of this also being struck and it's not re-included above. We're just trying to consolidate the main things that we think would improve center program teachers and programming for students. And I think that's it. There is one more thing I need to point out. Okay, right here. You returned this and learning specialist was highlighted. It wasn't in our original proposal in 2615-1. So we unhighlighted it, we struck it because it wasn't. A staffing shortage is going to affect more than just learning specialists, right? We have contracted SLPs and mental health folks. So I don't really know where the learning specialist came from, but just wanted to point that out.
Are there any questions? And you might need a minute to process.
I just have one quick question on 26914. I wondered why you had switched to the word service providers. Is that including someone that special educators does not include? Or maybe it was that's just how you were writing it.
I think we just wanted to make sure that it's inclusive of the whole team.
The only reason I ask is because throughout we've agreed to the word special educators. And so I just wanted to make sure there wasn't somebody else that I'm not aware of. Kate?
I know when I've used special educators, my mental health people are like, but I'm part of it too. So I don't know if that's why, but I do know that it has come up in my conversations that they don't, when you say special educators, they're not always considered in that.
Maria?
That was a hot topic when we were looking at this language because special service providers is from the state, includes nurses, and then SIRS is kind of an old used term. So we were going for special educators to include all of those roles, right? But I understand why it's confusing. Yeah, that's a good idea. I don't have any questions. There's so much in agreement, which I really appreciate. I think what I need to dig into, I'm going to obviously take this back to lots of people that helped create the language, but the 3 additional days is tricky. I hear and I absolutely acknowledge the additional workload of our special education educators. When we started collecting some of this data, we talked about how only 34% of our providers had put in time as of, I think it was at the beginning of February when we looked at it. Now that has continued to increase. We have people putting in the time. We're proposing that that part of it doesn't have to happen next year because of the workload. But I'll have data, obviously, at the end of May, what it looked like this year. But as of February, we only had 34% of our people put in those extra time. Not that they're not doing it, but that's just one indicator that the data we were using for some of that.
Oh, I was going to say too. Okay. Well, I think, again, like the intent of when we did this and we started looking at how to compensate people, because this has been, again, an ongoing conversation for as long as I've been a special education provider, which is 8 years now. But I think, one, it's an extra thing. So like for people to have to put in and like keep track and make sure that they have all the due diligence piece of getting it in there. 2, there's been some confusion with secretaries and our administrative and how to request that, how to put in for it. And then 3, I just think making it broadly known that this is what we need to do to get the, paid for, compensated for the work that we're doing outside. So I think we're trying to solve a problem that, one, you've even acknowledged that, hey, we only have 34%. I'm pretty sure if everyone got it all tomorrow, they'd be like, oh, yay, I could totally validate the time. So we're trying to really guard against the fact that some people are getting it, some aren't, and to clarify some of the pieces that have to do with the administrative, the back end of it, because again, we want all people to get this and not just the ones that like have it's been elevated either at their school level, or I think also the piece of, did you talk to your administrator beforehand? We don't want that to also be preventative in the fact that people weren't allowed to get it, because we have heard of pushback from administrators saying, well, you didn't tell me beforehand, or the email got lost in, the ether that is email, right? So we want to protect and safeguard and ensure that people are getting this. And I think, again, just giving the 5 days, because knowing that we're working that along with just the time would make this whole process probably, hopefully, and I'm saying hopefully, move to 100% for everyone. So, yeah.
Some buildings also communicated to their special education providers that those days were meant to be taken as extra days. Like my team reported a couple days before school started, and it was super helpful for us. But it was communicated to us, and I think this happened in a few buildings, that we had to be present at school to take those days.
I know I've put it in and I haven't gotten paid for it yet, so I'm doing something wrong. The process is awful.
I don't disagree with that, and that is part of what we're trying to fix for next year for sure.
Okay, so seeing no further questions or comments, we will move along in our agenda. So I think we can go back and do Article 12 next. Is that what we need to do? Okay, so we need to take a quick caucus prior to presenting Article 12, just a hallway caucus to look at something. So we're going to take a quick 5-minute break from the live stream, and we'll be back.
There are snacks on the side table.
All right. Thank you and welcome back after a short caucus break. We are prepared to move ahead with our agenda items. We're going to go on with Article 12. That's JCEA Foxtrot version. And Lisa, I believe you'll be presenting that language.
Yeah, and I'll put it up on the screen too so I can move it when I need it. Whoops, wrong. Oh, darn it. I closed my computer and that always stops it. Hang on. So I hit join. Okay, here we go. Here. Okay. We are really close here. I just want to say to kind of, make everybody happy. We're getting close. So 12, that first part that was struck a long time ago, I think we've already agreed to that. We've agreed here to the addition of central. Okay, 12.1.2. We're going to take another crack at this contracted stuff, and I want to say a couple things about this. I know that it was said at the table, we wouldn't do that. We wouldn't contract out unless it was absolutely necessary. So then my question is, then why can't it be in the contract if it's something you're already doing? I also remember someone saying something about management rights. I don't believe this impacts your management rights. There's a contract article for management rights. It's Article 2, and I actually reread it to see if I thought this violated it. I do not believe it does. I rewrote this to, hopefully make it a little more palatable to the district. The district will continue its current policy of not hiring contracted employees except when insufficient applicants have applied and the positions cannot be filled. In the event of such a situation, the district will provide data to the JCEA regarding the lack of applicants for contracted positions. All contracted positions will be temporary and will be regularly posted as regular positions in the JCEA bargaining unit until the position is filled with a regular JCEA or regular Jeffco employee. And the data can simply be, here's a list of jobs we've posted with no applicants or 3 applicants that were not qualified, whatever. So I hope the district's team will look at that again and think through that. 12.1.2, 12.1.3, 12.1.4, a lot of agreement. Keep going. Everything's yellow. Let me know at team if I skip something. Still keep going. Okay, 12.1.10. All right, this is the issue around if a job opens after the beginning of the school year that we talked about a lot last time. And the 2 choices are, I can't think of any other solution. Either we allow current employees to apply for jobs when they open, because that's their dream job that opened in October, or we fill those jobs with a temporary employee. So we flipped a coin. No, we didn't really. We talked about it and we decided that this would be our proposal. All current employees may apply and be considered for jobs which open during the school year. We recognize that it's not, neither option is without its problems, but we went with this one, and then we crossed out those next 2 because they wouldn't be appropriate anymore with our language. And then 12.1.11 was accepted. 12.1.10.4. We struck that, not because we're opposed to it, but we just don't feel it needs to be in the contract. You can direct your hiring managers to do this, and I hope you are. I don't think it needs to be in our contract. So feel free to direct your hiring managers to contact the current supervisor. Then we have lots of yellow. Okay, 12.3.2 and 12.3.3 I want to talk about for just a second. First of all, I think there's some confusion about which positions are district-based and which are school-based. in the SPED article, pretty much all SPED positions except learning specialists are district-based. What does that mean? That means they don't go through displacement. If they're in a position that a school that doesn't need that position anymore, the district just reassigns them. And that includes AMP. And AMP is specifically laid out in the contract as district-based. Social emotional learning specialists, I was personally a little confused about. I think they're district-based. So what we want to make sure in here is that if you are district-based, AMP, CEL, any SPED position that's not a learning specialist, that you will be repaired as needed, which is current practice. And then the last sentence we put in again, because positions which are increased to full-time by the school and then reduced later, you will also be repaired. And that happens when a school has enough of their own money, they can buy up a 0.5 position to full-time, but maybe a year or two later, they can't afford to do that anymore. We want to just make it crystal clear that these are full-time employees in full-time positions, and now they need to be repaired because the school that bought up can no longer buy up. Otherwise, we will have people not accepting a bought up position, and I don't think anybody wants that. So for example, when this usually happens is like SPED mental health, and the building, and they're usually half-time, and the building will buy them up to full-time and say they're half SPED general mental health and half gen ed mental health. So if that thing goes away, then they need to be repaired in a future year. Same thing in 12.3.3, school-based positions and social emotional learning specialists, they're school-based for middle school? Is that true, middle school principal? Yeah. So they show up in both of these sections because I believe the elementary are district-based and the middle school are school-based. So that's why they're in both. And we can add middle school and elementary school. We didn't, but we could. So again, positions increased to full-time by the school and reduced in a later year will be, and then paired if necessary is our language. Part of the pairing process, if that is current practice, no, it is current practice. That's the way it needs to be in the contract. If the district decides it shouldn't be current practice anymore, it needs to come back to the bargaining table. It's too important for us to just say, okay, district, you decide if it's current practice or not. So that's why we struck that. And 12.4.3, we just put in, we clarified the JCEA district established baseline displacement rubric will be used. Before it said when appropriate. I don't know why it wouldn't be appropriate. And this is talking about displaced educators at the district level, meaning at the Ed Center, TOSAs, people like that. I'm thinking that's all, but let me double check. Everything's yellow. Everything's yellow. Okay, this is okay. Okay. This is okay because they're district level positions. I'm going to yellow this in a moment here. However, the social emotional learning specialists, as we just said, are the middle school ones are, the elementary are not. And again, I'm happy we can add in, clarify that when they are district based and when they're not. So sorry, I just changed that. Didn't realize that was there. And then everything's yellow. 12.4.17. I'm sorry, I didn't realize this was sitting out here, neither struck nor accepted. I think that's okay, so I'll yellow it. I'm sorry. And these temporary positions are positions that displaced teachers are put into. And in current practice also, we still do have temporary positions, even though we want them in the future. And I'm not seeing anything else that's not yellow. Questions, concerns, conundrums.
Jennifer?
So I just want to clarify in 1243, the reason why we said when appropriate is because sometimes it's just one person that might be a displaced educator at the district level.
1243.
Yes.
Okay.
So that's why we said when appropriate, because it wouldn't be necessary to go through using a rubric if it was just one person that was being displaced.
And you wouldn't need to use the rubric if it was one person. But if it's only one person, it's like, is it in a department of 5 TOSAs and only one? Or is it a department where there's only one TOSA?
Sometimes.
Right.
It could be.
So if it's one person, if it's a department with one TOSA, and for some reason that position is going away, then no, you wouldn't need to use the rubric. But if you need to decide between several different people, then yes, you need to use the
100%. So we were trying, that's why I put that in there.
I did not, I wasn't following your thinking.
So I just want to clarify that we would never think that if
No,
there were
you would
5.
not need to use a rubric if it's only one person.
Correct.
And their position in their department is being done away with, and they're the only TOSA in that position. You're right.
So I just want to make sure you knew if there were 5, we would never expect not to use it. That was the reason for the addition. So maybe we can find a way to capture that. And
maybe will be used unless there's only it's a one TOSA department or something.
Yeah. And then in 12.4.10, so you struck DTLs, added back social emotional learning specialists. What would you say about SPED? Are we accepting that, or are you adding that back in?
So, well, this is, they are not subject to mutual consent, which is stated in, I believe, the SPED article, but we could certainly add that in. All district-based SPED positions are not subject to mutual consent.
Okay, because we have it just in red. So are we not accepting SPED? You have it's crossed out in red, or do you want that added back?
Well,
just so that we know when we go back.
Okay, if we want to unstrike SPED, I think we need to clarify that it's the SPED district-based positions because learning specialists are not.
Gotcha. Thank you.
But also, like, just so you know, like in the past, we have had learning specialists that we've hired at the building, and because we had a reduction in students, so like, for example, a 2.0, we've gone down to a 1.5, and then that SPED learning specialist was repaired. So we want to make it very clear, just because there are those situations, while also not, guarding against like some of those unique situations.
This particular section is talking about who's subject to mutual consent. And although learning specialists, like let's say you had 3 learning specialists and then you only needed 2, that third one would be technically displaced. But with they're not going to have trouble finding another job, is my point. But they are technically displaced unless it's a full-time going down to half, and then they would be repaired. Does that make sense? Everybody on the same page with that? Yes. Okay. So yes, you probably need to edit my yes. No, we're all, I think we're on the same page with that. Yeah. And I just want to, my head is spinning like everyone else's with all the colors. Yeah. It's bargaining brain.
All right.
Anything else?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, Michelle.
Just a quick question, and honestly, I'm not entirely sure where this is because I've been taking notes, but the clarification around the middle schools and the elementary school cells and district-owned and school-owned, does it say specifically middle schools? Because I don't know, and we don't have a high school person here. Are cells
I don't think cells are in high schools.
They're not required, but they are optional. They can choose to hire cells.
Okay, thank you. As in middle schools, it's actually one when we need a variance.
You do have a cell, so here's a high school with a cell.
I know of a few.
Is it required though?
So it's
probably not required, but
it's
don't quote me, but I think we have one.
Done through the SBB staffing and funding process.
Right.
So I think we probably should clarify that elementary cells are district-based and middle school cells or secondary, let's say secondary
I would say secondary.
cells
That's what I was wondering.
are school-based because nowhere else in the contract does it say that. So I was confused too. I was like, I don't know where they go.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
it is required that pre-K 8, K8, and 7-12 schools have a cells position.
But not high schools,
But not high schools,
per se.
unless there are
So middle
schoolers in
schools
your-
have to have one, but they're full-time.
Correct.
And that's why they're school-based because they interview for them?
Right. So we pay for them out of our SBB.
But the elementaries are not paid out of SBB?
Unless they
Elementary
backfill.
principal?
They backfill.
They half is given to us from the district.
And then if you buy
within
up,
my budget,
it comes out of SBB.
and paid for half. Yep.
Boy, this is all complicated. So anyway, if we need some clarifying language, I'm all for it.
Okay. Thank you.
I hope we can TA this today is my bottom line.
I have a relatively quick question. It's on 12.1-10-4, and the hiring managers are required to do a reference check. By all means, we know, and it's part of our process, that our hiring managers know that they need to do a reference check. I viewed this language as more giving the teacher, the educator, a heads up, because if I applied for a job, I haven't talked to my administrator, I would want to know that they're going to be contacted.
That's fair. That's fair. I do tell people that when they ask me and go, yeah, your principal's going to find out one way or another. So thanks. That's a good thought, Steve. I hadn't thought about that.
All right. Well, unless there are any further questions, okay, let's keep moving on. I believe Article 13 is what we have teed up next. And again, that's going to be, Lisa's going to present our changes to this article and also has some words to say.
I want to have some preliminary comments to make. The Jcea bargaining team has some concerns about statements the district previously made about bargaining leaves and bargaining sick leave bank provisions. The district team indicated that they could not negotiate moving from sick personal leave to general leave because it would have to be the same for all employees and similar to sick leave. We take exception to that. We have been negotiating with this district since 1969. Many of you were not on the planet. I was, but many of you were not on the planet. Never has the district refused to discuss this type of change. And in fact, there are different leave provisions for different employee groups. You said so yourselves when offering the same bereavement language that JESPA and admin had that we didn't have. So it was different. Upon further conversation, we have learned that not only does JESPA have some different leave provisions, different subgroups in JESPA have different leave provisions. And of course, admin has vacation leave, or some admin do, which Jcea and JESPA do not. So, and I'm not saying we should, but I'm saying we don't. We know we don't. We are certainly not opposed to having joint bargaining with JESPA about benefits, leave policies, sick bank, health insurance. But since this is not currently being done, we are insisting that we negotiate on these items for our bargaining unit. We have brought back your last version of Article 13 and with some changes, but it is not a definitive counterproposal. We did not want to strike out, all the stuff that you put back in as current language and reinsert ours. We know how frustrating that is to be on the other end of that. We want to have a thoughtful discussion of general leave and the structure of the sick leave bank. We think that this is a cost-effective way for the district to enhance educator benefits that would help attract and retain. Many other districts have similar language, and we know Jeffco is just as creative and effective as those other districts. We will go through Article 13 with some of the language we could accept and some counters in some sections, but we need to have a wider discussion. We feel similarly about the sick leave bank language and are suggesting a straw design group to come up with possible revisions about the sick leave bank very soon. We know that this is an issue we are capable of problem solving together, and we hope that Jeffco management will bargain these items in good faith for our team. And with that, we can start talking about our counter that's not exactly a counter. Christine, can you? Done. Okay. Let me get mine to open. It doesn't want to open. Why does it not want to open? This is weird. I've had this happen before when Google doesn't want to open what I want to open. Oh, it's because it got moved. Sorry. I will open it from the agenda. Okay, Article 13. So you struck about educators, this is 13-1. Educator who works a minimum of 90 days will receive the full allotment. We struck that, but we still want to figure out some middle path here about educators who are appropriately utilizing their leave days will not be penalized by deducting days from their leave balance over and above the days needed to cover their absence. Maybe working a minimum of 90 days is not the right thing, but I just want to say why this seems important to us. You're sick. You're out for 3 weeks. You've used up tons of your sick leave because you're out, even if you're on short-term disability, or your kid's sick and you're out for 3 weeks, whatever it is. And then the district says, by the way, you're also going to lose, it's not a lot, 1 or 2 days of sick leave. Is that right, Steve? Would it be 1 or 2 days for 2 or 3 weeks?
Like 1 day per month. It was 0.6.
Yeah, it's a small amount. But it feels really rotten when you've had to use a lot of your sick days because you or a family member is sick. And frankly, it feels like the district's nickel and diming our educators. So I don't know what the right middle ground is. We understand if you're out for a long period of time, blah, blah, blah. But we want to discuss that some more. It just feels really, really bad. So down in 13.3.2, here's a suggestion. Maybe it's if you're absent more than 20 consecutive work days, that's a month. Maybe then you lose something instead of the half a pay period. And again, this is under the sick leave bank, and we still want to talk about general leave. So I know this is weird. This is not a normal counter. And right here it says, JC wants to discuss general leave again. So we're going to go through all that. 13.3.6, the district may require reasonable documentation. I believe that is because of what the law says, as per the Healthy Families and Workplace Act. Documentation is not required to take leave, but must be provided as soon as possible after the employee returns to work. The district, this part, we are not sure that that's legal. And so we think that this actually, which I'm going to, even though it was our language, we've got subsequent information. I'm not sure that that's true. I think the Healthy Families and Workplace Act says that an employer may require documentation if they believe someone has been exposed to a contagious illness. I don't think it's blanket every time you come back. Willing to work on that, talk to your guys, your lawyers, we can talk to our lawyers, but we're not quite sure that that's what the law says. We're just kind of going to skip through all this kind of stuff. Again, we do not accept this strikeout. We want to have further discussion about getting rid of our proposal for general leave. Public health emergency leave. We believe that there needs to be a little bit more language. You struck a lot. We believe there needs to be some language in the contract that talks about what is in the Healthy Families Workplace Act, even though we're not currently in a public health emergency. Maybe we don't need everything that we had in it previously, but we believe that for the purposes of employees understanding this, there needs to be some language. So we've added this about during a public health emergency, employees are entitled to receive additional paid leave, blah, 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 80 hours if you're working a full time, et cetera. I don't need to read all that to you, but this is a condensed version of what's in the law. And then this is all current language. All right, disability benefits. We're talking about short-term disability, and I believe that we agreed to leave that strike of the Colorado Family Program, but we do have more language later about family. And this has been accepted. If you are on short-term disability, you may utilize days from the sick leave bank. We struck sick and stuck back in general, but again, we know we need more information. You accepted that you can't use the sick leave bank if you're electing to be on short-term disability at 100% of your personal illness days or general leave, whichever we end up on. Okay. We still believe that because of all the calls we get at the Jcea office for people that do not understand short-term disability, we believe the district needs to educate employees on the use of short-term disability. It needs to be really clear. An option of in-person benefits counseling will be provided. We think some people really need that. And again, assigned personnel will respond to requests and or applications within 7 calendar days. Again, we've had, as we said before, we've had people come to us whose outreach to the leaves department was not answered in a timely manner. All right, now this is what we want to talk about in family. Even though the district is a local government employer that has opted out of family, an educator still has the right to take leave under family. If an educator chooses to opt into family, the educator must commit to reporting wages and paying premiums for a period of 3 years. This is, again, an education piece for our employees reading this, our members. An educator must register in my family as an employee of an opted-out local government employer in order to submit wage reports and pay premiums. And the district would have to cooperate with submitting wage reports. Those have to come from the employer. And I think they have, because we do have people that have joined family. The premiums will be 0.45% of the educator's wages. An educator must pay premiums for 1 quarter before that should be they, sorry, can apply for family benefits. Okay, now this is where we need some coordination between family and the district. In accordance with the family law, educators will be granted up to 12 weeks, 480 hours of continuous or intermittent job protected leave for the following. Most of this is the same as the federal FMLA law. There's a little bit of difference though, which I'll point out. The birth, adoption, or placement through foster care of a child, care for a child during the first year after birth, adoption or placement of that child, that's similar to FMLA. Care for an immediate family member with a serious health condition, just like FMLA. Care for anyone with a serious health condition who the educator is responsible for providing or arranging health or safety-related care, similar to FMLA. An individual's serious health condition, exactly like FMLA. Any qualifying exigency, I think, leave based on a need arising out of a covered individual's family member's active duty service or notice of an impending call or order to active duty in the armed forces, including but not limited to providing for the care or other needs of the military member's child or other family member, making financial or legal arrangements for the military member, attending counseling, attending military events or ceremonies, spending time with the military member during a rest and recuperation leave, or following return from deployment,
or making arrangements following the death of the military member. That is not in federal FMLA. That is a special carve out in family that we hope the district would want to accept because we want to support our military families. F is also not an FMLA, but again, we would hope the district would see the benefit of this. A need for safe leave. Any leave because the educator or the educator's family member is the victim of domestic violence, the victim of stalking, or the victim of sexual assault or abuse. Safe leave applies if the covered individual is using the leave from work to protect the educator or the educator's family member by A, seeking a civil protection order to prevent domestic violence, B, obtaining medical care or mental health counseling, or both, for themselves or for their children to address physical or psychological injuries resulting from the act of domestic violence, stalking, or sexual assault or abuse, making their home secure from the perpetrator of the act of domestic violence, stalking, or sexual assault or abuse, or seeking new housing to escape said perpetrator, or seeking legal assistance to address issues arising from the act of domestic violence, stalking, or sexual assault or abuse, or attending and preparing for court-related proceedings arising from said act or crime. Okay, so that part is not in FMLA, the federal law, which just to clarify is unpaid leave. The family leave is paid leave if the individual opts into family at the state. So what we're asking here is the district allow people who voluntarily opt into family to have job protection for 12 weeks, just like FMLA, for all these reasons, some of which are covered by FMLA and some of which are not. Personal leave, Jcea still wants to talk about general leave. Association leave. We put back in grievance meetings, and someone said at this table that those usually happen after school. If they happen after school, it's no problem. But sometimes they need to be squeezed in. Say someone's planning time, and maybe there's another teacher in the building that needs to be involved in the grievance meeting. We're just asking that be figured out how to cover that, because we've had situations where the school would not cover them to step out of their classroom for 45 minutes. This is all accepted. Bereavement leave. We are coming back here that when a death occurs in an employee's immediate family, they will be granted 3 working days off with pay for the time lost from work. That's coming down from 5. If there are extenuating circumstances, additional days of bereavement leave will be granted that will come from the educator's leave balances or be unpaid if exhausted. If leave, I guess I should have said be unpaid if leave balances are exhausted. We left that open because we feel that different situations are unique, and so it does need to be talked to their principal about, but sometimes people are going to need more than 5 days. So we're not defining that. The definition of family has been mutually agreed upon. We struck this because we addressed it above. Struck this because we've changed it a little bit above, etc. Court leave is the same, except we've got general and personal over here, dueling words that we need to talk about. Military leave, I don't believe we've got any changes here, except, again, general leave, sick and personal leave allowances. We need to talk about that and figure out where we are. All right. Maternity, parental, and child care leave. We've accepted that human resources will provide an estimate if requested. Additional unpaid leave may be available as unpaid miscellaneous leave as outlined in this article. But we also want to talk about, we've talked about 6. We've struck consecutive, and we added a sentence that says, such leave may occur at any time during the first year after birth or adoption. The reason for that is some of our educators have a spouse with more generous benefits than we have. So if your husband, let's say, for example, can take parental leave, maybe you as a woman giving birth would be out for 6 weeks, maybe even 8 weeks, and then you come back to work while your spouse takes their parental leave from their employer for, say, 4 weeks, and then maybe you want to come back, and then you want to come back home while your spouse goes back to work. We've seen that be desired, and the district has turned that down, saying that you can only take this leave immediately after birth or adoption. So we want to give people more flexibility.
Can I interrupt? Because
Yes.
my son is actually doing that right now.
Oh, great.
So they're expecting a kid either today or tomorrow or the next day or something. So they're taking 1 month off together, and then she will be taking 2 months, and then he will be taking 2 months using the Family Act. So he'll be doing it in 2 different groupings, but that way the kid will get 5 months with a parent.
Thanks, Rob, and congratulations. Is this your first grandchild?
Yeah, let's wait till it happens.
Woohoo! Okay. All right.
A little nervous.
Okay.
About
It's
it.
all right, Rob. I'll give you notes. Okay. And then the rest of this was struck, and depending on what we land on, we may or may not accept that strike. So we didn't either unstrike it or accept it. Unpaid miscellaneous leave. We had that you could include. It does not include another paid teaching position in the state of Colorado. Or no, we said the United States. Anyway, what we would like to say is that you can't teach in Colorado, but you could teach elsewhere. So, for example, you might be someone whose military spouse has been reassigned, and you move with them to another part of the country while they're at a different military base. And wouldn't it be nice for you to be able to teach during that year? So we would like to just say you can't teach within Colorado. But we do want to allow for guest teaching. In fact, I know that people that say have taken a year off to stay home with their baby, they might have a grandparent that could watch the kid 1 or 2 days a week, and they'd like to guest teach 1 or 2 days a week. With guest teachers so short, we think that would be in mutual interest to allow for that. We struck 1331 in the past, whether we used to call it miscellaneous leave, and then it was break in service, and now we're going to go back to miscellaneous leave. In the past, people have not had to give a reason for that, and we really would prefer that not be included. We think that if you need a mental health break for a year or whatever the reason, that would be allowed. 13-13-3. The red language here is, some of this is probably acceptable, but we want to kind of hold off on that until we land on some things. Unless the educator is using the leave to serve in the Colorado legislature. The miscellaneous leave can be for a semester or a year. If you're elected to the legislature, it would be second semester, but you're elected for 2 years. And then you could be elected again for another 2 years. So we want to clarify that if someone gets elected to the legislature, they could take miscellaneous leave second semester while they're in the legislature, which would be 2 to 4 years. So we wanted to carve out that exception. And then if desired, an educator may elect to sub during leave time, so as long as the leave is not a medical leave. This was struck, and again, we want to be able to clarify some of the things before we accept that. And we still want to talk about point 6. This is what it was for years and years and years until we voluntarily gave that up for the benefit of the district's budget when Obamacare came in and they suddenly had to cover a lot more classified employees. So we still want to talk about that. position hold, we added in a grant funded position. If there's a position at the Ed Center that's grant funded, it's in our bargaining unit. Someone applies and accepted, we would like to see that their position be held back at their school. And this was struck. We haven't accepted it yet because we've got other things we've proposed. We want to see where that lands. The military leave was moved. And again, we have unstruck your striking of religious holiday leave. We feel very strongly about this. We believe this is a moral, ethical issue that non-Christians should be able to take at least 2 days a year as a religious holiday without having to use their personal leave. We feel this is a civil rights issue, and we don't think it's going to break the bank. And we did add that it's commonly observed, so you can't create your own religion and take 2 days. But these are Jews, these are Muslims. I don't know enough about Buddhism to know if it would be Buddhist, but most Christian holidays are on weekends or on our breaks. And so we just feel really strongly about this, so we put it back in. And that's it. So I apologize for the fact that this is not the usual counter. We tried to do the best we could, and we are certainly open to suggestions about what kind of discussions we need to have to try to come to agreement on some of these major issues that we are not in agreement with.
Lisa, while you were presenting that, I remembered a story. Can you scroll down to 13F real quick?
13 what?
13F, the one about the the family and the sexual abuse that wasn't in.
Oh, yeah. This is the family stuff.
Yeah. While you were sharing that, I remember, like, right off the bat, over the summer we did, I walked and talked to members. And literally the first house that we stopped at was a former educator now, no longer teaching in Jeffco, and I think is now waitressing. Last time I talked, she was waitressing. But I believe this educator was a 3rd or 4th year educator in this district, taught at Edgewater Elementary, also taught a split 4-5 or 3-4 class, really difficult. During that time, she was experiencing, she lived with her boyfriend and was abusive, would drink and abuse her. And so that caused her to miss school. But then also on top of that, the stresses of the workload and then also having to teach a split class also caused her to take mental days and be out. And so I think getting this language would be important for educators who are experiencing, because there are educators who are experiencing, because my walk away went from when I got done talking to that Edgewater Elementary, the elementary Edgewater teacher, was how many more? This was the first, like, my first interaction with anybody that summer on those conversations, and that's the bombshell that I got. Me and Angie Anderson sat on that educator's stump and talked there for like an hour or so, just hearing her story. And she's no longer an educator; she's waitressing somewhere right now. So,
actually, I know another former educator we have that's left the district. She actually, her spouse tried to kill her, and he was finally shot by the police. He was chasing her in his car, and she was in her car. And yeah, it happens. It happens to educators are not immune from this societal problem.
all right, here we go. I also want to say that she lost her position because she took all of her days. She ran through her days. So then that caused, I don't know what happens when you run through your days, but then she ran through them, and then the principal ended up having to hire somebody else to come fill in, which caused her to lose her position.
So it was direct result, yeah.
Yeah, it was something along those lines, and I was just like, oh my, yeah, it was crazy.
Any questions?
So I'm not sure whose card was up first. Was that Jennifer and then Amanda and then Michelle? Okay. Oh.
So I just want to say that, so I've taken, right, like took back all the feedback from last time, shared it with folks. And what I will say in particular, I'm going to speak about general leave and the request for having conversation about that is in those conversations, where we've landed is that we still believe that it is in our best interest to think about it collectively, right? Like I understand you're here to bargain for your members, and we believe that it would behoove us to look at it in a bigger picture and be inclusive of our other employee groups. So we are willing to engage in a conversation through an MOU to have a work group that would start in the fall, and we would have really clear expectations outlined about when that work group is going to meet, who the key stakeholders are, and what we would be trying to accomplish with a shift from the type of leave that is currently offered to something that is general leave. So I will offer that, and I will say that first of all, don't apologize for the way that you presented today. I think it's good, like the way that you brought it and shared your interests and kind of like where we want to go with it, which I will also take back. And then hopefully, because it's a lot, hopefully we'll be ready to sort of re-engage in conversation next Thursday and have somebody here that will then be able to kind of explain the parameters of some different things more clearly now that we know what your counter interest is. So I'm just putting that specific piece of information out there to let you know we're willing to engage in conversation about it through an MOU and a work group that would be consistent, that would consist of stakeholders across all the employee groups.
So,
Thanks. I had one question about what you said. Jennifer, do you have any idea? I understand there's computer programs that have to be reprogrammed and stuff. Do you have any idea what the runway would be for, let's say, after the day we decide, yes, let's go to general leave, how long it would take to implement that?
So I'm not making any promises, but the conversation that we kind of engaged in, right, at kind of a high level, after taking back the feedback from last week was the desired outcome. Now, we would have to see if we can accomplish that. The desired outcome would be to have kind of that work group working collaboratively together through, starting as close to the beginning of the school year as possible and maybe through the end of the first semester. So then that would give our payroll department and our IT department the runway for the spring semester to then be ready to hopefully,
25,
right, for starting for 25, 26. Now, I'm not making any promises.
No,
that would be our desired outcome if we are able to land on something that's mutually agreeable.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so then my understanding was that person was going to be in the room today, but they're not. So this is moving on till next Thursday. Okay, and then two other follow-up questions. So would this be a joint JESPA, JCEA, JCAA group all working together?
That is what we would be aiming for, yes.
Okay, and it's just interesting because we have had different leave languages across groups. Do you know why now it all has to be the same?
I wouldn't say that it has to all be the same, but I think those of us sitting at the table representing the district, there are certain things that we do believe should be more aligned and maybe have not been in the past. Bereavement leave is a good example, right? It got negotiated out a long time ago out of the JCEA contract, and we think that there are certain spaces, leave, how people are paid, when people are paid, those sorts of things where it should be consistent and fair and everybody should have equitable access to that. So that would be my response to that is it maybe hasn't always been like that, but there are certain spaces now where we're looking at it and saying maybe it should be.
And I'm also just going to say, and again, this is not directed at anybody in this room, but this makes me feel really nervous because once again, I feel like we're being asked to kick the can down the road and hey, just hold on. If we're going to work on this and next year it'll happen. Like, I feel like this is sort of a story we've heard before. So my hackles are up a little bit around that. And so I just want to be sure if we agree to move forward on this, that this is going to be done in good faith and not as an effort to placate us for now and say no later.
I can only speak for my conversations, but I will say that I believe 100% that if we're putting that out there, that that's what we're committing to, and that we're not just trying to kick the can down the road. We're trying to find a way to reasonably acknowledge and hear what the need is, and to recognize that it's May, and to be able to have that in place by August just isn't something that we can do, but we can then put a structure in place where then we have the appropriate timeline to be able to make whatever is agreed upon happen.
Okay.
I just have a question for you based on that. Would you be willing to put that timeline and language in the contract? Because again, I just, what happened with benefits, and now we're here with leaves. I need a clear timeline, because frankly, my trust has been broken a bit.
I can take that back to say, like, could we put language in there about creating an MOU and what the timeline would be? Most certainly, I'm happy to take that back for consideration. And then again, to be able to counter that and then have somebody here that maybe is more, has more insight into that process than I do.
Amanda?
Just a couple quick questions, and then I will address that as well. Lisa, in 13-5, we're around the family. In the second 13-5X, in accordance with the family law, I'm just wondering, might it say educators who are enrolled or educators who choose to be enrolled? I mean, because that's what that is addressing, right?
Sure. Okay. And the section above it does talk about
enrollment and choice.
Enrollment. But yeah, clarifying language like that I think would be fine.
I just wanted to make sure that
it's not for everybody. It's anyone who chooses to pay the 0.45% of their.
And just because I'm not super familiar with the law, is when you opt into family, are you opting out of FMLA?
No.
Like, is it either or?
No.
Is it both?
Family. So there are two different laws. So FMLA is a federal law that grants up to 12 weeks of unpaid time for people to deal with family health, personal health, blah, blah, blah. Family, FAMLI, offers up to 12, and in some cases an additional 4 if there were like complications during pregnancy. Also 12 weeks for the same thing that FMLA grants, but then these other couple of extra provisions. But it is paid, and it's paid as a percentage of your salary based on how much you make. So the less you make, the bigger the percent. The more you make, the smaller the percentage.
So do you stack the two on top of each other? Is it 12 weeks under FMLA plus 12 weeks under family?
The beginning of this article, at the very top somewhere here, it's FMLA 13-2. Any FMLA entitlement will run concurrently to any leave provided by this contract. So FMLA is always running in the background, and it renews every year. I believe it's a rolling calendar year, Steve, is that right? So like if I take leave February for 12 weeks, it's the next February I get my 12 weeks again?
No, if you took February, let's say you took February, March, and April off, the 12 weeks could then become eligible in May of the following year because it's within a 12-week.
Oh, yeah. But it is a rolling calendar year. It's not like every, okay.
Yes, it's a rolling calendar, but it would start.
At the end of your FMLA time.
Wait until May.
Yeah, okay.
I have another question, unless you want to clarify something on that question.
I do. I just want to clarify that actually family is not a law. Family is a program.
Insurance program, yes.
The law is the Healthy Workplace and Families Act.
Got it.
Family is a program that complements that law to allow for people who work in smaller companies or maybe don't have the benefit, as robust of a benefit available to them, or want to enhance the benefits that they have. So I want to be really clear that family is not a law, family is a program.
But it was set up by a law, and the law requires private employers to participate over a certain size. I don't know what the size is, but
And then it allowed public employers to opt out. And I also believe the law said that if it was a public employer like a school district that had a bargaining unit that they bargained with, they were supposed to consult with that unit, which did not happen when the district opted out of family, but it's water under the bridge. And then it is a required insurance program for private employers in the state.
So one of the things you talked about was language that ensures that the district won't prevent a teacher or educator from taking leave if they are covered under family. Is that legal? I mean, can we even do that? Doesn't the law prevent a public employer from prohibiting an employee to take leave that they are
The district's
paying into?
not prohibiting people from going into it, but if you are opting into family, you get this really scary email from the district saying, you can't be guaranteed that your position is protected, blah, 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 blah. So what we want to make sure is that we have language in the contract that integrates, correlates, whatever the right word is, the district leave policies with people opting into family so that they're assured that their job is safe under X number, whatever the conditions are. So
Thank you. And just to your previous point, not today, but in past, my understanding is that the reason that you'd like this family language in here is because this is the document that employees use to access in order to find information. It's not because you are asking us to reconsider as a school district opting into family.
No, we are not asking that.
You're wanting this language in here simply so that your members have a place to see what is it that family covers in general, and then I can go to the Colorado website and look it up.
Right. And if the district were to opt in as a district, it would cost the district 0.45% of everybody's salary. Mm-hmm. But and then the individual employee also has to kick in 0.45%. And we recognize that there are employees of the district that maybe don't feel like they need this. And so we're not asking that you pay 0.45% and every employee also pay 0.45%. We're just saying people that opt to pay that on their own. We just want to make sure that it's really clear how it integrates with our system.
Thank you. So I will tell you that not only are we willing to engage in a collaborative conversation around leaves, we are interested in engaging in a collaborative conversation around leaves. Yes, we are willing to put it in language. You'll see later on in another article that we have some similar language around a work group. It's around the middle school time thing. So just for preview of coming attractions. But yes, we are willing to put that in language. And I want you to know that we absolutely acknowledge and share your interest in understanding more about what it is you're looking for and hoping to gain from shifting to PTO or general leave versus sick and personal time. That's important to us. It's also important to us that we give our systems and people time. I acknowledge that our IT department is very high quality and they can do a lot of things. And this isn't the only thing that they would be working on or switching over benefits. That's not the only thing they would be working on. And so as we move into adopting all of these new systems from RFPs with all of our benefits providers to an RFP for our ERP system, which is our ESS system, for those of you who are unfamiliar with that particular terminology, we believe that we will have time to on-ramp this if we engage in these collaborative conversations throughout the fall, as Jennifer outlined, and potentially, as much as I hate saying this, we leave this article open for renegotiation next year, depending on where we land with how many articles and when we're going to open articles, and the fact that we're going to potentially renegotiate compensation every year, potentially leaves and benefits is part of that conversation with a renegotiation of compensation. So we believe that we would have the on-ramp if we could get to a collective agreement on what is it that we're interested in and how can we change it to benefit all employees and be fiscally responsible as well. Because certainly a lot of this does come with a cost, specifically payouts at the end of the year. We do have to take that into consideration. How much is that? What's the right amount with regard to payouts? And honor the employees who have been in the district for a long time and still are waiting for that 20-year payout on the 31st year that they work in the district or whenever they choose to leave the district. But yes, we have an interest. We are willing to put it in language, and we share your interest.
Thanks. I've got 2 additional questions actually related to that. And that number 1 is, did anybody, I don't know whether this has been done yet, but I had sent a bunch of contract language. Did anybody happen to start the process of reaching out? Because other districts do a payout system. And I'm just wondering if we've reached out to them to find out what the cost implication would be. Do we have those numbers yet?
No, I didn't think that. I think that we need to figure out like what our MOU is going to be, what that's going to look like before we make that effort to reach out. I think we need to understand like what's the timeline going to be. Do we need to do that, or can we figure it out on our own? And I would think that would be more something that potentially like our finance folks might reach out to finance folks in other districts to kind of have that conversation. So not at this point, but I have your email that you sent me flagged. Okay. So that we can save it, so that if that becomes something that we are interested in having further conversations with others, that we have all of the great information that you sent me last week.
Yeah, it has been acknowledged by our superintendent that it did switch over in her district before she left. And so Dr. Kim and I talked about that specifically, that it's not a no. It's we need more time to collaboratively talk about it and decide like what is the right thing for Jeffco, but we absolutely are willing to connect with other districts on the how and the what that they have done and put in place.
Okay, and then the second question I had, because and I don't know when and how we want to have that discussion, but also around the sick leave bank, because some of that it would be great to have in place for next year, just in terms of considering the amount of hours that we're warehousing in this bank. I mean, it could potentially just exponentially grow. And so I'm wondering if that also needs to wait, or is that a conversation that we can have yet Thursday? Or
did you guys talk about it?
We didn't talk about that as much as we talked about general leave, because I knew that was something that was really important that I come back and be able to say something about today. But I can certainly take it forward. I know that we have folks on our team that are listening in today, so that they'll know that is something that you're interested in. So I will take that forward and say and again, have somebody here on Thursday. That's why I wanted to hear your counter proposal first before we had somebody here, because we know who's the right person to have in the room to be able to address the really specific sort of big ticket items that really matter and that are resonating with you, that we need to make sure that we address. So I will take that forward, and then on Thursday, hopefully, like I said, we'll be able to address what you've counter proposed and have somebody in the room that can answer those questions.
And I think that time is of the essence on that, because people are going to start making their benefits choices, and that includes donating to a sick leave bank.
100%.
And if we are going to ask employees that have already donated not to, then they should know that. And so it would just be helpful to expedite that.
And I just want to say for the record that one of our concerns two concerns about the sick leave bank. One is people think they put a day in and then it doesn't show up, and they did I put a day in or not? I thought I did, and am I a member or not? And then the other piece is it just doesn't make sense to have to put a day in every single year if the sick leave bank is rich with days. So those were our two of our biggest concerns, and we thought that having it be everybody in it, or at least opt out, not opt in, and only put another day in when the bank said, hey, we need more money, we need more days, that would make more sense.
Brooke?
Oh, sorry, Christine can go first.
Christine and then Brooke. My apologies.
Okay, sorry. I feel like I reached out to someone in the district about FMLA to make sure my understanding was right, because members call me all the time. And what I was told is FMLA eligibility is calculated resets annually on 7/1/24 and begins with the employee's first day of use. Is that the same thing that you're saying? Yeah, I didn't think it is.
Well, Amy Weber, who's a couple of HR directors ago, told me it was a rolling calendar year.
I agree.
I understand it as well.
You and Amy Weber. And
Someone in the district is saying something different.
So who did you speak? Well, maybe we can talk offline if we.
Let's not out anybody.
Okay, other thing. 13-14-2. We asked a little bit ago the difference. Like, what's the number of employees in that 0.6 to 0.75 range that are not getting covered by benefits? Got that?
Steve, do you want to turn your mic on?
We have gotten that. Let me look for that in an email that I received.
Okay, while Steve's looking at that, mine is just a real quick point. I guess another thing about really working on this leaves article and trying to get it settled sooner than later is like we want to be competitive. And again, I just want to reiterate that this is another way that we can become competitive in the Denver metro area is by having a nice leave package for our employees that they feel valued and taken care of. And so I think it needs to be settled with compensation. I would like to see this settled in this agreement before the summer so that when we're hiring, we can attract but also retain the most and the best for our kids. And by continuing kicking things down the road and prolonging this process, we are hurting our district and our students. So I really want to encourage us to not kick this down the road and finish these discussions now.
Okay. Any other questions? Oh, sorry, Steve.
No worries. I don't have a question. I just wanted to share the data that I
yeah.
received. There's 42 employees between 0.6 and 0.74, and the cost to bring them into benefits is just below $300,000.
Thank you for that data. Okay. All right. It is 5 to noon. I don't know, Amanda, if now would be a good break time for caucus and lunch.
Hopefully. Andrew says lunch is here.
I'm wondering if we want to caucus/lunch. And so we might take a little bit longer to work on that. So if people want to grab their lunch and maybe come back. And I'm just thinking for our team, maybe by, 12:45 or 12:50. That would give us almost an hour to work on things.
And I think there's people in the audience that want to join us at caucus, so we need to figure out what our caucus room is ASAP.
Yeah, we do need to figure out what our caucus room is.
You can use 4E. You can stay here. We're going to go down to 4. But if you want to use
then we could just stay in here.
totally up to you, or you can use 4E. I think it's open.
Let's use 4E. It's big.
Okay.
Windows.
Yeah, Windows. 4E.
Yes, we'll be back at 12. Let's just say 12:50. That's probably realistic. 12:50. All right, thank you and welcome back. We appreciate your patience and flexibility with our caucus situation. Sometimes they go a little bit longer if we're trying to finish up some language, and I think that we have. So we're going to be prepared to return in no particular order, but we, however we want to do it. We've got 3, 4, and 23 from JCEA, and then 5 and 24 and 12 from the district. So is there any particular interest in presenting one thing before another? We could start with, I'm just looking at my team. Do you want to just return 23? Get that one back? Be cool? All right, let's start with 23. Wait, say that again. Oh, who's doing 13? Or just, oh my gosh, 23. Was that you, Christine? Okay, we're ready. 23. Or who's projecting? Okay, so Lisa's projecting. and then Christine, are you going to walk us through the changes? All right, awesome.
Okay. 23. We did not accept the line that you added because we feel like what we have put here is really meeting in the middle. So educators will not be required to deliver in-person and online instruction simultaneously. And that would not really prevent someone who chose to do it, right? Required means like their principal is requiring it, right? So someone individually could choose to do that. I don't think that's preventing that. Okay. 23-2-1. We struck the alternative practices because if you are already saying it will be agreed upon in the collaborative process, then the second line really isn't needed. We already agree that you can do that through the collaborative process. 2322. We are okay with the 7 days notice and the when possible, but never less than 48 hours in advance, right? Because like the day before isn't really acceptable if someone's going to need to travel for a while. And then similarly, we believe that like when the program started and when people were hired prior to June of 2023, they were kind of, told that this would be a remote and virtual school and they could attend things virtually. So we are trying to grandfather those people in with that expectation. And then as you all move forward, you can do whatever. But anyone who's hired prior to June of 23, if they're unable to attend in person, they may attend virtually. We accepted 23. I think we accepted 2323, and then the following. Yeah, the start and end time, or the healthy start and end time language. We agree that's all gone. JVA, so we struck that alternative practices language with the exact same logic, right? If you are agreeing through the collaborative process, then you don't need the additional line. I think there's one more we gotta, yeah. And then we are agreement in that last line. The if alternative master schedules.
Give you a minute to look at it. If there's any clarifying questions, you can let us know. If you'd like to take some time to consider that before returning, understood. If you'd like to take a quick caucus, that's also an option. Oh, Michelle. And then Mike.
I don't know what number it was, but going back to the grandfathering and the educators that were hired prior to 2023, just playing that out a little bit as a school leader, I do appreciate why you'd want to put that in there so that you're not like bait and switch, and also I wonder what that might do to a culture of a school when some educators are excused from ever going to a meeting and thinking, if they're there for 15, 20 years, that's just one of the first things that comes to my mind when I think about that grandfathering in.
I hear you. We're not saying never. It says if they're unable to attend. So it gives some flexibility if once I can't drive 3 hours to get here.
Yeah, so there's that line that says is unable to attend an in-person event. So the idea would be a weather-related event, health-related event. We're told that there is one or more educators that under ADA, they aren't attending at this time. They're allowed to attend virtually. That's how they were hired in, and that's how they're attending due to that. So this doesn't mean that nobody that was hired before this time would be required to attend, but if they're unable.
Okay, so it's qualified by that, I would assume?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Steve, correct me if I'm wrong, but if a person was hired in underneath that, wouldn't the ADA trump everything?
Yes, ADA.
Yeah.
Trump.
So it would already protect
Combination.
that employee from having to travel because it's part of their ADA.
Right.
Yeah.
And I guess part of the conversation, what if they're unwilling?
We do currently have an educator that has ADA accommodations and is being required.
That to me would be a problem that we just need to get corrected versus putting something in the
Right.
contract.
If their ADA request and accommodations are not to attend, then that would, and we've agreed to accommodate that, then that should be followed through with.
Well, I think part of what we're missing here is that when people were told this is a remote job only, some of them moved a long way away with that understanding. And then they were told, no, we were just kidding. You have to drive in once a month. And one person was driving in from Salida Tuesday night, renting a hotel room with her own money, teaching from that hotel room because they have class Wednesday morning, and then driving to the in-person staff meeting because that was the only option given to her unless she chose to use like half a personal day or half whatever. And so we feel like since there is someone on an ADA that is attending virtually, they're already set up for it. So why can't they accommodate those few people? There's 2, 3 of them, maybe 4, I don't know how many, a few that have moved far enough away that driving in is a real sacrifice, difficult, and allow them to attend virtually if they were hired under the idea that that's the kind of job they were going to have.
And I don't mean this with no empathy, but things change often. And it's not in their contract that they get to work virtually all the time. So it's changed, right? And we would like for them to attend, and they don't have an ADA accommodation that's needed. They chose to move away. That was their choice.
They wouldn't have made that choice if they'd known they were going to have to come in here in person. That's my point.
Right.
And I just think moving is a big deal. You know, they've moved their families, their kids go to different schools. They're putting out their own money if they do come in here in person. This is the sticking point for us, is that.
And I understand that. And that's why, I'm empathetic to that. Things do change.
Dale?
I guess that's true, but we would like them to attend staff meetings as well. And as of right now, my understanding is a quarter of them at every staff meeting are not attending. They're taking a half day to avoid having to come in because of the distance that they have to travel. And I think that's a problem as well.
We think that the number of people it's probably a small number because those that were hired during this time period, we understand that changed at some point, and the people that are hired in after that point don't have that situation. And also there's other areas in our contract where we've grandfathered in people, like I'm just thinking with leaves balances, with sick leave, we've grandfathered in people that people hired after that date don't have the same situation. So, I think it's honoring the educators that were hired under one contract or one set of rules, and then it was, changed on them. And then they made life choices based on the original rule or in the original contract. Mike?
One of the things I notice is then we're asking the staff, not just administration, but the staff that's presenting PD and the staff in general, in terms of how we're asking them to do both, right? When up top we're saying you're not required to do both unless your colleagues can't make it, then you got to do both.
Yeah, we agree, but apparently it's already being done. That's, I guess, my point. Is within this school, this is already being done at these staff meetings to accommodate the person covered by ADA, was what we were told. So if it's already being done for this employee, then if there's a second employee that for whatever reason cannot attend because they live 7 hours away but would like to attend, if it's already been and that seems to me a different situation. And so if we're not going to offer that anymore, that's a different conversation.
So I think I'm hearing that's the one sticking point. I think right now is just that one piece that I don't know if we need to dive into that a little bit in terms of how we solve that. So I thought we were like 7 days when possible, and then making sure people knew that they didn't have to come in person. They could take some leave time, but that I think adds a little complication. We might need to dig into how do we solve that and how many people are we trying to solve that for.
Right. I mean, and that's a good question. Like, I'm not sure at this point how many of our educators did choose to move away based on the previous previous contract that they were hired under. I don't know. I don't think that number is large. I think it's probably pretty small. But for those educators, it is a huge burden. Like I said, they're paying money out of their own pocket or giving up their leave time. So I guess that might be something that you can caucus on, and or if we need to kind of get together and talk about that, we could do that too.
Sure. Yep.
Okay. So, all right. So at this point, are you guys ready for 12 or should we? Okay. So we'll move on to, all right. Perfect. Okay. So then, and so it looks like you guys are still working on that. Should we do three next? All right. We're going to bring up Article 3. This is the Jcea golf version. Oh my gosh, association relationship. Okay, good. Good. I always get 3 and 4 mixed up. Okay, association relationship golf version. And I believe, Lisa, will you be presenting that? Awesome. Okay.
Because I don't want to screw up, which I have before. Okay. Okay, another one I think we're really close. There's one little thing we're still trying to figure out. This cross-out here was our original language, and we agreed to your cross-out. But we said including working conditions and staffing, because those are already in the contract, and we wanted to make sure that was called out, that it's not just wages, hours, and some other vague term and condition of employment, but it does include working conditions and staffing. We want to take one more run at the JCEA stipend for the president. Again, attempt to reword it. Don't know if it's going to be more palatable, but the association will reimburse the district for the salary, actual cost of para, cost of all benefits, and the cost of the JCEA stipend, which will be included for tax purposes in the district payment to the president each month. I believe this has all been accepted. This has all been accepted. This has all been accepted. We did accept some. This had not been accepted previously, this dues language, but we accepted it. I think that's it. Let me double check. Yep, that's it. Oh, 2 little things.
Questions?
I will ask again, but I know what the answer is going to be. So, I mean, I don't know how to move past that sticking point, but I'll ask again.
Okay. I think it would be helpful if we could understand what the problem is.
I mean, my understanding is that we cannot, as a district, choose what is not para-includable. And we all know that that is not what you are asking for.
Right.
But we can't opt out of including money paid through the district to para. Like, we can't opt out of para.
But there are payments that are not para-includable that employees get, like bonuses.
Right.
Like stipends are includable, but bonuses are not.
This is totally my naive understanding. And so I will get clarification one more time to completely understand the why. But that's the last piece that I understood from Brenna was we can't opt out of para.
Okay, so if we make it para-includable, I guess my question is, what's wrong with that if you're being 100% reimbursed and it's coming to no cost to the district?
And my understanding on that is simply that stipends by nature, my understanding was that they're not supposed to be parent includable. So I don't know how that works.
Stipends are.
They are.
Like
bonuses
the
are not.
stipends that we negotiate are.
Right.
And this was always my understanding, not being a para expert, that there are certain things you can code in that are para includable for extra pay, like stipends. But there are also other items that can be coded into a paycheck for extra pay that are not para includable. And I was always under the impression that the word bonus was not para includable,
right,
and stipend was, but again, not my area of expertise either. But I certainly believe that all the extra stipends that are in the contract are para includable. I would love to know if that's not true, because that's what I'm operating under the principle of.
I'm going to get clarification. That was the last note that I had, was we can't opt out of para for that.
So then let's just not. I mean, you're being reimbursed for everything. I don't know, like, what it has to look like, but you know, there are districts within Colorado that pay the president's salary that aren't even reimbursed. Cherry Creek, I believe Boulder, even vice presidents. You get reimbursed from us 100%. So I am just trying to make it easier for future presidents, and, you know, make it just easier for myself in general, so we don't have to track every mileage, every mile that we drive, every receipt. It's just insane. And as we know, our jobs are stressful enough. So this is just something that would make things a little bit easier. And I don't understand. I would like to hear from the decision makers next time at the table, like why that they are unable to do this.
Okay.
All right. If there are no other questions or concerns, if we're not quite ready on 12, we could also go with 4. Okay.
4?
Yeah.
4 it is.
Let's do 4.
Rolling right along.
I think that's
rolling, rolling, rolling. Keep those doggies rolling. Yeah, that's right. I'm probably the only one in the room that actually watched Rawhide on television, but in reruns or when it was originally out?
Dale.
David.
Oh,
Michelle, I used
ouch.
to like you. Just really quick before we move on. I want to point out, I was just pulling up my paycheck. I just got reimbursed for some graduate credits that I'm taking a graduate class so I can offer concurrent enrollment. And Jeffco has a program that they'll reimburse you for 2 classes. And so I just got out of my last paycheck, and it says on my paycheck, EE reimbursement, taxable, non-para on the check. So there is a way that this can be done non-para.
Thank you, Dale.
Thank you.
Okay, Article 4. All right. So first I want to say that we are definitely not opposed to having a lighter bargaining year some years, but we want to keep our options open. So I just want to emphasize that it's not that we want to all, beat ourselves up with multiple things to bargain every year, but we did strike the last sentence in 411 during the term of this agreement will not be reopened except by mutual consent. But again, we're not adverse, and we would be open to a 2-year agreement even on salary. And I don't think the district's comfortable with that, but I do want to point out that there are places that do that. Same thing in 413. Cross this out just to keep our options open. So we left it with our current language of option to submit 2 articles of their choice, 25, 26, and 27. And then we added the sentence, which is, we're talking about an MOU up here. We added this sentence: either party may request to negotiate an MOU on any topic at any time. So there's always that kind of escape hatch. Something's come up, even before next year, we need to figure this out. Let's have a quick negotiation about an MOU. So we just pointed that out there. And the rest of this has been accepted. We agreed to your change here in 416. Minor change there. I think this was previously accepted. That's all she wrote.
Any questions? Comments?
So my only counter and request would be whether or not you have consideration of doing the 2 articles in 2026 only, and not 25 and 27. So doing article negotiation every 2 years with a full opener every 4, as we had already agreed to, and obviously still doing compensation and benefits annually. But if not.
Well, I think that's a possibility, Amanda. I thought maybe we would hold this to the very end of negotiations and see where we got on our big language issues we brought this year. But we decided, no, let's just go with this, with the understanding at the table that we're not opposed to having lighter bargaining years. But we just feel like it depends.
Well, we already know that we're going to probably have an article up next year based on what happens in the fall. So we already know we're going to be bargaining money plus probably 13. So at this point next year, we'll be, and we might decide that's it. We're just doing money in 13. And I think we can mutually decide that, or we can say, nope, we still got other issues we're bringing to. So it leaves the door open to either possibility. But just based on us maybe not getting as far as we were hoping to on certain language this year, I think that we're going to need to at least next year, definitely the year after. And then we could discuss, like if 2027 rolls around and we're like, hey, let's let it ride and just talk money, we can decide to do that.
Not my circus, not my monkeys anymore. Okay, sorry.
Just keep rubbing it in.
I know.
So if you'd like to discuss that as a team, then you can have that conversation.
Thank you.
And next up, what would you guys like to present?
We can move right on to 5.
Okay.
Jennifer is working on linking. Oh, that's okay. I know you were still looking at 12. We can do 12 after, is that what you said? Okay. Okay. So on 5, our time management article. Let me make it bigger so everyone can see it. Whoops, that might be too big. My apologies. There we go. Okay. In 12.3.1.2, we would like to offer an amendment, also known as 5.3. Did I say 3.5.1? In an article that appears on the screen. We would like to, we acknowledge that there are some concerns around the middle school start times, and not just with the 5 schools that have 15 extra minutes, but also with the late start time in general. It is a concern that has been brought up to us by middle school educators as well as families, and something that we were planning to take a look at. So we would like to offer this. Through the fall of 2024, district leadership will collaborate with the transportation department and middle school stakeholders to address concerns with middle school start times and variability in student contact time. The work group will provide suggested revisions to the Superintendent and Board of Education by December 2024 for their consideration and potential implementation during the 25-26 school year. And again, this is not only related to the variability between 7 hours and 7 hours 15 minutes, but also to the significantly late start of some of our middle schools that is causing some issues with, I think, families with ability to access middle school sports programming, et cetera. And so it is something we'd like to take a look at for 25-26 school year implementation. Let's see. On 5323, with regard to TOSAs, we did strike out that the district will provide JCEA a list of TOSA positions that include additional days. All TOSA positions, we learned, are 185 days. All TOSA positions, regardless of whether they're a TOSA coordinator or a TOSA. Some TOSAs might be offered to work 5 additional days. Some may be offered to work 10 additional days. That varies by every single position. And so we already provide a list monthly of all positions in the JCEA bargaining unit, including TOSA positions. So if you'd like to survey the TOSAs and ask them, we don't track how much each one of them works in HR. We don't keep track of that. That's to their department supervisor. That's a requirement of them. And so we could certainly ask the TOSAs to provide that information, but we do not track additional work days that are paid by departments because it's the department budget that pays for it. Again, the rest of this, a lot of it has been agreed to. TOSAs may agree upon request of an authorized administrator to work additional days over their job's required contract days and will be paid as outlined in Article 17. Down below, we have some adjusted counter proposal. Departments will seek input from TOSAs to determine alternative schedule that is in service to schools. The schedule will document an earlier start date and trade days throughout the year to equal 185 days. And then at the bottom, any individual TOSA request to adjust the identified trade days will be approved and documented by the educator and authorized administrator. So that is to allow the individualization as well as the flexibility for each department to determine how it is they want to work with their TOSAs on scheduling and additional work days. In 5.3.4, we have agreed to much of this language previously. I did add in the words will be scheduled because it was an incomplete sentence without it. So of the scheduled non-contact days, 5 days will be scheduled before the start of the year, 2 days immediately after winter break in January, and 1 day after spring break. Let's see, we've agreed to this. I think I just agreed to this part recently. Oh, here we go, 60%. So all other non-contact days will be scheduled in collaboration with the school's OLT, and at least 60% of each individual day or block of days will be reserved for individual educator-directed activities. I did add some language. Educator-directed time within the workday should be conducted in the designated workspace unless otherwise approved by the supervising administrator. So the reason in which that we included this is because if an educator needs to be accessed, say by a special education teacher who's working in the building and can't be found, the intent would be that they would be working from their building during these non-contact days, unless, of course, their supervising administrator says, you were at the district all morning for a professional learning, so in the afternoon, feel free to stay there or go work from a place that is helpful to you. But if it's in building professional learning in the morning, our ask would be that educators continue working in building through their contracted workday so that they can be accessed by other educators who might want to meet with them, ask them a question, talk to them, etc. Let's see, in 5.3.6, we agreed to the 40-minute blocks. I was able to get some feedback that is doable in elementary schedules specifically, and that the 30-minute blocks of days blocks on days with modified schedules would be possible as well. I will tell you that our shortest school day is 6 hours and 50 minutes at elementary schools. And if we have a 2-hour late start, it is, and you take off 10 minutes at the beginning of the day for transition, 10 minutes at the end of the day for transition, there are exactly 9 30-minute time slots. So that would do, AMP would have 30 minutes of lunch, 30 minutes of planning, and then 30 minutes all day teaching each section. 30 minutes is the minimum we can get on a 2-hour late start with a 6-hour, 50-minute day. Other things we already previously agreed to. If I miss anything, please stop me. In 5311, we have made some adjustments. You'll be pleased, Lisa, to know we've accepted much of it. To alleviate the guest teacher shortage, inform our work as a district, and to provide a firsthand experience of current teaching and learning conditions, licensed administrators at the district level whose work focuses on instruction and who have previously worked in a school as an educator or building administrator are encouraged to guest teach periodically. So we just modified it slightly, and please note that I did want to make sure that we include in there that our focus on instruction. A lot of our human resources people are, and even our financial people, they're former principals, and their current work isn't instructionally focused, and they need to continue focusing on the operational side to keep us all afloat and running. Otherwise, that is it. Questions? Lisa?
So I want to go back up to this TOSA thing. Our TOSAs tell us that when they interview for their jobs, they are told it is a 195-day position, or it's a 191-day position, or what have you. And then in addition to that, they are frequently asked to work even additional days, all of which working all those days is fine, but I am concerned it feels really willy-nilly. And so part of our concern here is that it's our job as a Jcea bargaining team to help the district prioritize where they spend their money. And if it's a priority to spend money on TOSAs to work extra days, that's fine, but I feel like we need to know what that is and all that. So I'm really nervous that all the TOSA jobs are listed as 185 days, because what our TOSAs tell us is that's most of them work more than that, and that's the expectation, and many of them that was the expectation in their interviews. So I feel like we need to dig a little deeper on that. Anyway, that's...
Yeah, I just learned that this week. Jennifer and I both thought that there were 195-day TOSAs. I mean, specifically to this contract, like as part of their job description, and we found out that they are all 185. But
okay.
If that's what they're being told in interviews, then I agree we need to take a look at that.
Alrighty, and let's see, there was something else.
I don't have a TOSA.
Oh,
so
I just wanted to say, Amanda, that the what's that language? The 3-something-11 about here 5311. I just want to thank you for not striking the whole thing. I told you I wanted it as a retirement gift. It's not a gold watch, but it's better than a kick in the pants. So thank you.
This is my gift to you. And while I can't require all of them to do it, you have my word that I will do it. And now it's recorded. Oh, Brooke, I think your name is up. Oh, no. Richard?
My question surrounds 5312 about this committee. I feel like we've been making a lot of committees today. But I get nervous with creating committees because we've created committees before in our contracts, and then it doesn't say who's responsible, like who does that fall on to create this. And I'm just maybe it does say this, and I'm just glancing at it real quick, but like, I think last year we had something similar with scheduling, and that never happened because we didn't know who was in charge of picking that up or who was in charge of doing that. So I'm just curious as to like, how do you see this playing through with this committee?
So this is the deputy superintendent and myself.
Okay.
Working with our strategy department, Claire Takar, who's our director of strategy, or manager, one of the two. Anyway, this is already going to happen. And so we thought it would be helpful to include this concern into that conversation. And so this will already be happening, whether or not we accept this language. And certainly we would want to involve all stakeholders.
So thank you. So will there be like a voice or representatives from those schools?
Yeah, that would be my expectation. So when I said middle school stakeholders, I would expect that we would have representation from middle schools that have a super late start, middle schools who have an earlier start, middle schools who have a 7-hour, 15-minute day, 7-hour day, etc.
Someone just let me know that they lost the live stream, so I don't know if we want to check that.
Sorry, Stephanie? And then Jennifer, did you also have your?
Move my 8,000 beverages. I was just wondering about the 5-3-4 with the extra days and then the individual educator directed activities. And then that very last sentence that was added about the educator directed time, workday should be designated workspace. I'm just wondering about that because I know that's usually when we all offer, us TOSAs, all offer our PD, or PL, keep using the wrong word, so sorry. So then do we have to get that, does each educator in a building have to get that approved and be like, hey, I'm going to this PL at the district level because now that's the rest of my day for learning. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, not necessarily. Certainly if administrators and teachers want to make that part of their data collection around like, what are our teachers accessing? What are they interested in that the district is offering? But my intent was more when you're working independently in the building, not when you're actually attending professional learning, then you'll when you have free time, your time will be done in the building so that you can be accessed, not for administrators to take away your time, but for other educators to be able to connect with you, ask you questions, check in on a special education student that you're both serving, that kind of thing. It seems as though that is a concern that on days, now certainly this is partially an administrator's responsibility to hold their staff accountable for working in the spaces that they have provided if that is what is necessary. But it seems like there has also been some concern raised that I can't find the person I need to talk to because they went home and worked for the day, or it's just me making a general statement. But this was requested by our teaching and learning department that educators would be available should another educator need to work with them, find them, ask them questions, but not during professional learning.
But so that doesn't exclude, so like on those extra days, we always offer professional learning in the afternoons, but I don't have to go get that approved to go out. It's just that if I'm not doing the professional learning, then I need to be in the building.
Unless your supervising administrator says otherwise.
Okay.
Yeah. Lisa?
One more question about the TOSAs. Maybe Beth knows the answer to this. What's the most number of TOSAs that a supervisor has to supervise?
I actually don't know. I have 8.
That sounds like a lot. That sounds like one of the most.
Yeah, probably one of the larger caseloads.
Okay. I was just wondering in terms of figuring out these days, like if they work over
over 185 in the summer and figuring out trade days, how much work that's going to be as for a supervisor to manage that with the individual TOSAs. So
Yeah, I generally know like who they let me know like who's interested in picking up some extra time and who it's like I'm traveling a lot. I don't, I probably won't be as available. So they generally let me know.
Okay,
It looks like Gifted and Talented has the most with 17 teachers on special assignment. And then Professional Learning has 10. And Teaching and Learning itself has 24, but they're divided into different supervisors, right? So Beth has 8. Literacy and Social Studies has 4. Early Childhood has 1. CTE has 6.
So 8 may be the upper limit or the upper estimate. Of how many.
Except for GT. And I think they're all supervised by Dr. Ellen Golden.
Do they come in that much or extra?
They're in buildings most of the time.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, I think most of their offices are actually in buildings, but they have, of all of the departments that have TOSAs, they have the most with 17 because they have the GT resource teachers.
And I don't know if they usually come in extra days or not. I guess not, but I'm not 100% sure.
I'm not unless they have a specific project or special project like Sparks in the summer. Some of them might be supporting Sparks specifically.
Okay.
But
all right, thanks.
Are there any other questions around Article 5? All right, moving right along. So it looks like we got 24 and 12 yet to pass. Would you like to do 12 next? All right, and then we'll do 24 and then we'll caucus.
It's been waiting this whole time. Okay. Article 12. Okay. He's going to go over here with his mom. Let's give him a nap. It's time for a nap. Yep. Okay. Article 12. All right. 12.1.2. We have not highlighted appropriately the language. Okay, and then I'll highlight it. The district will not hire contracted employees in licensed positions except when they cannot be filled due to insufficient applicants. Upon request, the district will provide data to the Jcea regarding the need for contracted positions. Available positions will be posted appropriately in the Jcea bargaining unit until the position is filled with a licensed educator. For 12.1.2, and then I'll go back and highlight it. Let's see. (12.1.10). We are accepting language that all current educators may apply and be considered for jobs which open during the school year. We have added back some guardrails just to, ensure that we can find ways to, make sure that everybody's informed and knows that these things might happen. So 12.1.10.1, educators must notify their current supervisor if they are granted an interview for an in-district position for which they apply after July 1. And the reason for that is to give an administrator or supervisor the heads up that, hey, I might have an opening now in my school. And so they can just be aware and have working knowledge of that. And again, it's only if they're granted an interview, not just if they apply, but if they are contacted for an interview. We've already accepted 12.1.10.2. So 12.1.10.3, we did put back in the language hiring managers. We did adjust it a little bit. We'll contact the current supervisor of any current educator they interview to conduct a reference check. And going back to the conversation and sort of what Steve added, and we adjusted it to the word will to sort of make it like it's the notification piece for an educator to know that that's going to happen. And so it would behoove them to make sure that their hiring manager knows that that's happening. And then we're good with 12.1.10.4, and then we've added 12.1.10.5, which says educators may accept no more than one lateral transfer per school year, because we don't want people to be moving more than one time and creating that sort of disruption.
only one.
Correct. So that's 12.1.10. Let's see. 12.3.2. Positions typically characterized by split school assignments, including but not limited to, just move the language around a little bit, hopefully to make it more clear. Elementary art, music, physical education, and instrumental music are considered to be district positions, in addition to district-based social emotional learning specialists and designated special educators. I struck the language at the end that says positions are increased, which are increased to be to full-time, that whole sentence, because we had it in 12.3.2 and 12.3.3. So now I've added 12.3.4 to just capture it in one place. 12.3.3, if school-based positions such as digital teacher librarians, social emotional learning specialists, and SPED learning specialists are split between schools, they will be paired by the identified departments. And then just again striking the rest of that, because now in 12.3.4, the language says, in cases where a position is increased to full-time by the school and then reduced at some point in the future, will be paired and or repaired, whichever is appropriate for the situation. In 12.4.3, to our earlier conversation about sometimes in those district positions, there's only one person, I just added the language. We accepted the baseline displacement rubric will be used when there are 2 or more educators being considered for displacement. In 12.4.10, it just cleaned this language up again because I think it's so confusing with like elementary art, music. So I just said district level positions typically characterized by split school assignments as defined above, because we have many different places where it's defined, so that we're not losing anybody. So I just changed that to just say as defined above. I think that is it.
One quick clarification from up above on the contracted employees.
Yes.
Just so everyone is aware, a contracted employee is always temporary, because it's the hope is that we will find an employee to replace that contracted employee who is not temporary, who's an actual licensed educator and not contracted.
Right, because our contracted employees are not licensed educators, and therefore we don't issue them a contract like we do a licensed educator. It's different. Correct. So just to be clear about that. Thanks, Amanda, for reminding me about that.
Rob?
Yeah, and I was actually going to ask right about that question. What is the time, just to kind of clarify a little more, what is the timeline then for, would that be for the school year they'd be hired, and then the following school year there'd be a new one potentially? Or would it be advertised like each semester, or would it just be ongoing advertised? Because it wasn't really clear in the language.
Yeah, I think that and Steve, you can jump in too. I think that it's dependent upon the position. I think that we do try to keep them posted always. Like even when we hire someone as a contractor, I think we still try to keep the positions posted all the time, because we're always trying to fill it, our preferences with a licensed educator. But I'm not saying it doesn't preclude us sometimes from not doing that. So Steve, if you have more.
That's my understanding as well, that when we do hire a contractor, we're still keeping the position out there posted and trying to attract people to the job. And Maria and I also had that discussion. Unfortunately, Maria had to step out for a little bit, but.
So the contracted employee might work for 3 weeks and then.
Yep.
Potentially. Okay. And just, I think 12.3.4, either I'm not reading the full sequence, or there's the grammar is a little sketchy there. Like it might just need a little qualifier. Let me go to.
Oh, it will be? The position will be?
Yeah, in cases where a position is increased to full-time by the school and then reduced at some point in the future, will be paired and or repaired. There's something not quite right there.
right? It's either
But,
the position will be paired and or repaired, or the educator, they, it.
yeah, so I don't know if you want to tweak that a little. Okay. That's all I had.
Steph? Any?
I just jumping in on that. So is it implied that they would be repaired to full time? Because I think that's the biggest thing, is that like their district level are given a part time from the district. SBB we buy up, and then SBB goes away. Then we have a 0.5 hanging out there, but they would be repaired because they're a full time employee.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. And I just copied the language
I know.
from above.
When you rewrote it, I was like, I don't think we made it clear. So I wanted to make sure we were on the same
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's the intent of it, right? Is if that's the whole point of pairing it.
Pairing is 0.5.
Correct. Or sometimes something different, but yes.
Yeah, okay.
Any other questions?
This is our own language, but in 1232, Jennifer, where it says district based, I might, instead of saying district based, I might say district allocated or district funded. Maybe allocated, only because when I think of district based, I literally think of someone who works at the district, and cells do not. I don't think we have any district based cells. Thank you.
Okay. There are no other questions or comments. Let's move on to Article 24, AMP language. And after that, we will go to caucus and hopefully be able to return. Some more language today.
Are we linked? Oh, not yet. Sorry. I think Jennifer's linking it. Will you link 24? It's okay. I blame Lisa. Distractions. Here it comes. I think this is the one I have open. Okay. So Article 24. Let's see. Just a couple of edits, I believe. In 24.1.3, we just added a little bit. The term EIM educator, as used in this article, is a licensed music educator responsible for teaching the instrumental music curriculum, often band and orchestra, to fifth graders as well as other grades in some schools. We've agreed to some of this language. If in 24.2.2, if AMP educators must travel between classrooms, the OLT will collaborate with AMP educators per Article 10 to assess the need for additional time before and after students arrive and leave to prepare for instruction and cleanup. So we just referenced Article 10 just in case any of the special numbers changed. We've agreed to some other language. This is all yellow and agreed to. So 2445. So our goal was to reduce redundancy. And so again, we already said this language in 2415, like what the AMP curriculum coordinators should be, could be, might be, may be accessed for. And so we felt like repeating it multiple times wasn't necessary because we put it right up at the top. In 2471, we have crossed out additional pay for AMP educators who teach combined classes. We have a process for when the class size goes over the guidelines. So if a fifth grade teacher teaches 32 students instead of 30 students, they don't get additional pay. They get considered for class size relief or paraprofessional time. I believe that we should follow that same guideline unless this pushes them over the max of 30 students, and then we should consider the class size relief or the paraprofessional time. If it pushes them over the number of sections they're supposed to be teaching, then potentially we should be having a different conversation. Which I think schools are doing individually. There are some flexibilities that are happening. For example, an elementary school had extra sections, and their AMP team all agreed to teach one extra section, and they were paid an additional, I don't remember whatever the 0.17 of their salary to take that additional section. Luckily, that school was able to continue maintaining their schedule to the point where they had the expected planning time and lunch time as well. Just an example. In 2472, the schedule will be put in, this is the K-8. The schedule will be put in writing and agreed to by K-8 AMP educators and administration. All parties will be given a copy of the agreed upon schedule. Challenges to the K-8 AMP schedule can be brought to the OLT for collaborative reevaluation or revision if and when needed. So we have struck out the extra stuff in there. In 2473, if the OLT determines that a fourth special is necessary during the AMP rotation, thus reducing AMP instructional time, a collaborative conversation that includes the impacted AMP educators will occur, and the variance process outlined in Article 16 will be followed, which does align to our expectation in Article 10, when we added in the language this year about having a conversation with those who are impacted by a schedule change. In 24.8, we have crossed out this language because it is already addressed in 24.1.1 with regard to resources and space. In 24.8.1.1, assigned spaces must reasonably meet the particular purpose of the AMP class so that the content can be delivered in that space. Everything else has been agreed to. We did add the word will accommodate instead of prepared to effectively accommodate, simply more forcefully saying will. We changed some capitals to small letters, professional growth fund. Okay, in 24.10.1, let's see, we added, a safe and appropriate space to teach, including but not, whoops, that's double includings. Sorry. Including but not limited to adequate materials, a whiteboard, chairs, music stands, and instrument storage space. Determined collaboratively. All of that has been agreed to. Down below, the EIM budget will be collaboratively developed with the school's administration, OLT, and with EIM educators. We've agreed to all of that. We do not want to limit the budget to only covering these things, and do feel like it should be a collaborative conversation. And we know that the words not limited to were here. However, some of this stuff might be paid by the school's budget. It might be paid by student fees. But that should be determined collaboratively with the schools that are assigned to, or rather with the EIM educators assigned to the schools that they support or serve. which in some cases could be 10 schools. It's a lot. Those were my least favorite conversations as a community student. Okay, that is it. What questions do you have? Break. I'm ready to caucus whenever you're ready.
I have one question. Where's Article 8? Where is it? Did we TA it and I forgot?
I have it.
But it's not ready today.
Not quite yet.
So maybe Thursday?
Definitely.
Okay. I just wondered. I just was checking our list of articles we had.
It's in our court.
Okay. Thanks.
All right. Jennifer?
I just want to make sure there's nothing about 24. And then I have a really quick ask.
Dean might have something about 24.
Sorry. It's behind that Stanley Cup. Apologies.
I also just put it up. You weren't missing. I was thinking. K-8s are hard. I guess my only wondering is, there is one school where the AMP teachers are teaching a middle school class that's 95 minutes every day. So in my mind, that's not one section. That's 2. And I want to hear your thoughts about if you would agree to that. And maybe if we're thinking along the same lines, like it doesn't belong in the contract, but philosophically we agree.
So my understanding is that school is working through a new schedule for next year and has agreed to pay their AMP educators for teaching additional time this year when they were doing that. I also understand that was on a rotation and it wasn't every day all year. It was on like a 6-week maybe we are. So 3 different, there are only 3 K-8s after this year. Gotcha. So, I'm sorry, Christine, I completely forgot the question. How long is a section? So, I'm not sure I know the answer to that. So certainly the somewhere else in this particular article, it talks about not having students in K-5 in elementary for more than 45 minutes. However, K-8 is certainly unique, and elective courses at a traditional middle school sometimes are taught on a block. And so I guess I feel like the OLT would have to take a look at that schedule, and they'd have to discuss it with the AMP educators in order for that to make sense for them and meet the required sections. However, I don't think that's defined. I don't think we have to define that if it's 45 minutes, it's one section, but if it's 85 minutes, it's 2 sections. Like, that's not defined anywhere in here. And so I don't have the answer to that. Beth?
I guess where we're struggling is some of our K-8 AMP educators are being taken advantage of, and we're picking and choosing what we like about elementary AMP schedules and what we like about secondary schedules, and we're creating these really long daily contact schedules with students that are unsustainable, and they hurt the program. So if I'm teaching 7 classes a day, all day, every day, that's very difficult and unsustainable. Especially yes, I might be able to do that if I'm compensated, but it's still very hard. Another thing that's happening with K-8s is they're putting multiple classes into one and combining classes, right? And so you have multiple grade levels in there. You might even have different kinds of music classes in one class. And so we're trying to find a balance where, K-8 can still be creative, but we want to make sure that their class sizes are manageable and their caseloads are manageable, but also that they're not teaching 7 classes a day, even if that's on a rotation or whatever. and I think we're going to have to disagree on one of the schools because that school was teaching 7 classes every day. They just called them something else. So that's what we're having a hard time with. So, and I also want us to realize, when you're an AMP teacher, you're also like a minority in a building. So even if, the OOT, there's people that represent it on the OOT, you're still being outvoted. And so I guess we're just trying to protect the educators and the sustainability, but also the programs for our kids and being able to make sure that they can offer the best programs, grow their programs like a middle school would that feeds into a high school. So like one of the challenges at one of the schools is the middle school classes are getting really big because there's a huge interest in this particular teacher and their classes in the middle school. And so they're combining a bunch of those classes, right? And they're being told, well, you could just cut down on that and not do that. I mean, there's room to hire another FTE because there's so many kids that are interested. And that's what we would do in a middle school level. So how do I know there's no like secret language that would solve all of these problems. So how do we ensure that K-8s can still be creative, but also that we protect educators and the programs for our students? And so I think it's important that the majority of the AMP educators agree to it, or the individual educator that it's affecting. Again, maybe we can talk a little bit off the line of what that looks like, but our K-8s are really hurting, and that's why. And I know we think of just like Bradford and Bear Creek and Foster, but there's also JRLP that's being affected by some of these things too.
Beth, and then Jennifer.
Yeah, I just wanted to address the 45-minute class period. Looking at some of the K-8 schedules, 2 of those schedules that we pulled up had 50-minute classes, so it was like pretty close to 45.
Even for the middle level? Gotcha.
Do they have passing periods where they can set things up? See, that's like another issue too, right? Because if I'm a K-8 and I'm moving from a kindergarten classroom into a middle school classroom, setup looks very different. So that's also a protection that needs to stay in place. You know what I'm saying?
The other thing is, certainly we want to make sure that we are being thoughtful about equity of teaching assignment, right? So to Brooke's point, sometimes it might be necessary to pair these schools. Sometimes it is best for the AMP team to stay at the school and teach all of the K-8s. So we want to be really thoughtful about not pigeonholing every single K-8 into the same model, because depending on their size, like Foster's really small, Three Creeks is really big. So they probably do have separate elective teachers for every one of their electives they can offer. And
They
so
do, yeah.
this is right. So this is really hard to write all of them into this one language. And so we didn't want to get, or this one article, so we didn't want to get too specific, but I agree with you that they need the flexibility to be creative and, find some alternatives to making sure that the AMP educators all of a sudden aren't getting, 400 minutes of planning a week while everybody else has barely 225, right? We're trying to balance that between classroom educators and AMP educators in all buildings, and allow for flexibility. So JRLP, for example, they don't teach on Wednesdays. So that's a piece of their flexibility too, but something that could be changed as well. I don't know. Jennifer, and then I think Mike.
Any other things about 24?
What?
Okay, so if I could, in the spirit of trying to be expeditious with our time, if everybody could just pop back into Article 12 really quickly. I tried to listen to what people were saying in ways that we could just fix up some of the language so that maybe we don't have to try to do that in caucus. So in 12.1.2, to the point of what does it mean to post those positions, I just changed that a little bit to say available positions will continue to be posted in the JCA bargaining unit until they are filled with a licensed educator. So hopefully that clears up the question of like the timing, like they'll continue to be posted. And then in the piece about in 12.3.4, in cases where a position is increased to full-time by the school and then reduced at some point in the future, it will be paired and or repaired, whichever is appropriate in the situation. So I thought if I could just clarify it and make it easier for everybody, then I don't have to go back and try to figure it out, that might be helpful. So,
Rob?
Yeah, can I just ask on 12.1.2, I think Amanda just said that all contract employees are temporary. You struck that statement. Is there a problem if we reinsert contract positions are temporary, just for clarity? Because to me, that would then be, very clear, and then were some future administration to come in, it couldn't be changed. Okay.
I mean, I would say that is true unless they are qualified for, apply for, and accept an ongoing position. Our intent is never to keep a contracted employee forever unless they apply for one of our ongoing regular positions. And so, yeah, I don't think that would be a problem.
Okay, thank you.
Where would, because there's contracted.
Right here.
Yeah, okay. The need for temporary contracted positions? Or the need for contracted positions to be temporary? I mean.
Yeah, because I don't want the culture to change over the years to where all of a sudden contract employees become the norm.
I think you could literally put that back in there. All contracted positions will be temporary and available positions will continue to be posted.
Yeah, if you want to unstrike that, that would be awesome.
I kind of wonder, just a thought, but I wonder instead of saying contracted positions, if we should say contractor positions.
Sure.
Yeah, because we're contracting with somebody. And I'm just saying that for clarification because you all as educators sign a contract.
Or contracted.
I think
service.
Fair point.
Services
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay. Any other questions, concerns, conundrums? All right. I think now would be a great time to caucus on some of this and see if we can't, find our way to a TA today. Would be fantastic. So at this point, I would say we'll probably need, I'm going to guess, at least half an hour.
Yeah, at least, yeah.
At least. So let's start with, we will plan to be back around 12:15. Oh my God. 3:15. I just cannot pull it together today. 3:15. However, just know that if we may extend that depending on if we're getting close and we just need another 5 or 10 minutes and then we'll be back at that time. So thank you. welcome back to our last segment here of bargaining this afternoon. And we have some return language to share at the table. So what we're going to be bringing back is Article 24 will be the JCEA Echo version. We'll also have Article 5 JCA Hotel, and we have Article 12 JCA Hotel. Article 23 District Hotel, and a lot of hotels. We got hotels on the table here. It's like Monopoly or something. Okay. I don't care where we start, but Lisa, do you want to? Yeah, let's do 12. I, as you wish.
Microphone.
Agreed. TA!
So if everybody's cool, thumbs up for TA.
We had a big conversation about a hyphen, though.
Oh yeah,
there's a hyphen we added.
There was one comment about the language district based versus district allocated, and as it relates to SPED article, right, Lisa?
Yeah, so if you want to clarify district-based versus district allocated, we need to be consistent in special ed article because it says district-based positions,
okay.
but you really mean district allocated.
Right, I believe
so. Let's agree to change that and not forget.
Although some of the special ed positions are district-based, so we'll make sure, because like the central assessment teams are district-based.
So we could say district-based or allocated.
Sure.
Whatever.
Thank you.
If we want to work for consistency.
Can I just verify that we're also okay re-TAing 15 because of this article?
Yes.
Thank you.
Super. Yeah.
We re-TA'd the first.
All right, so moving right along. If we want to go in order, Lisa, we could do 24 and then 5.
Christine, would you move that Article 12 into the joint folder? Can you do that? Okay. All right, what am I opening now? 5? 24? I don't care.
24 or 5, whatever you got ready.
Okay, 24. Here, I found it first. Is it Echo? Is that what we're up to?
Yep, Echo.
Okay, I want to make sure I was opening the right one. Yep. Okay. So we still have a few little problems here, so sorry about that, but we've still got some problems, questions, concerns, and conundrums. We took out the word often in 24.1.3 because it's only been an orchestra, so we took that out. So that's agreed to. All this stuff's agreed to. We've agreed to this. You cross this out because it's already in there. Yep. We don't want to be redundant, which we frequently are. We accepted your strikeout of the 1/18th pay. We've accepted most of this stuff on K-8 language, except this. We still believe that even K-8 AMP educators should not have more than 6 classes in a day. So we put that back in. We just don't see that makes sense for them to teach more than 6. Doesn't make sense from a middle school perspective or an elementary perspective. 24.7.3, subject area and the word special.
Lisa?
The word special is universally, I'm sorry, what?
Lisa, there is one other change that we made in 24.7.2.
Yes.
Right above, we took out challenges.
Oh, yes, thank you. Challenges with versus challenges to. We don't mean, I challenge the schedule. It means,
I have a problem with the schedule and I need help fixing it. So we changed it back to with. Thank you, Dale. I'm a little hyper right now. It's just that time of day. So we put back the no more than 6 classes a day. We really feel like that's only fair. Okay. The 4th subject area special, AMP educators really don't like the word special. So we went back to subject area, a 4th subject area. So I don't know what the right word is, but special is not a word they really like. So we want to not have that. And we are sticking to our guns on this. Before the OLT votes on this change, the majority of the AMP educators must agree to this loss of instructional time. You only got to get 2 out of the 3. And many, many times the AMP educators are fine with the 4th special. But since it's their instructional time and their program, from K through 5, if they have a fourth, I almost said special, 4th rotation, 4th subject, all those years, it's a year's worth of instruction those kids lose in art and music and PE. So it's worth it sometimes, but we still think the majority of the AMP educators should agree.
I just want to add to that too. It also has a chain reaction to, or a ripple effect to the secondary programs. When they're losing a year of instruction in, like, let's say music or art, it reduces the programs in middle and high school. So it could reduce FTE in high school and middle school. Does that make sense? Because their programs would shrink.
Okay, and then 24811, we just added a little thing here. This is talking about the spaces for classes, and we just added, as outlined in the district facilities guide. Amy Woodley was with us. She's the music coordinator, and she said there's a district facilities guide that can be very helpful. So we thought we would just call that out in this language, that it exists, and it can be helpful to schools when they're trying. We realize that sometimes finding spaces are difficult. And I want to say that's all. That's all, folks.
Jennifer?
So if we can go back to 2473, and it's just for my own clarification. So I understand that it's really important that AMP educators must agree to the loss of instructional time. I'm a little confused about the last sentence. It says, if both the AMP educators and OLT vote in favor, the administrator will proceed to file a 1-year variance as outlined in Article 16. But the variance process is a shared, like, staff decision-making process. So is this indicating that only AMP educators and OLT have to agree, and then they'll file a variance application? Or are we saying that they would move forward with the variance process and then bring it forward to staff?
The latter.
Okay.
There's a pre-variance step, which is 2 of the 3 AMP teachers agree,
okay,
and the OLT, and they talk about it.
Okay.
And then they bring it to the whole staff through the regular variance process.
Okay. So might just need to.
And one of the and 2, I think we want to keep them doing variance processes for this, so we can keep track at a district level how many schools are doing this. I think that's important data.
Great. Thank you for the clarification.
Michelle?
Going back to some clarification around the AMP teachers not having any more than 6 classes. Do we know, I guess I've got questions around where it's happening that they have more than 6 classes and what kind of, like, budgetary implications that might have on a school's budget, if they need to backfill that, if that's part of the consideration.
Well, if they were teaching more than 6 classes per day, they would be paired with someone else in the district. But we don't expect that of our elementary classroom teachers. And so it really doesn't fit. And then we don't expect our middle school teachers to teach more than 5 classes a day. It's also exhausting. And you may think about budget, but we also need to think about people, and it burns them out. And so
No,
they don't wanna stay
I
there.
totally
They
agree with
could
that.
they could also, instead of hiring extra people, they could pay them an extra 1/6, which some K-8s do. If they can fit more than 6 classes actually in the schedule in the day, which sometimes they can do that and pay them, for the extra class without hiring a whole new person.
Right.
I think part of the challenge is they are not looking at some of the middle school classes as like a section. And so they're scheduling it like they would schedule a middle school. And so that is creating a problem like within their schedule.
Okay.
And so that's why and some of the schools are on extended days. So that's why they're able to fit. Because I mean, I didn't even think it was possible to fit more than 6 classes in a day because I've taught AMP and I've made those schedules. But it's not only exhausting, but almost impossible unless you have an extended day. But they're also calling them something else too. So
Okay, I think that's what I just needed some clarification around, what if that is happening, A, why is it happening, and B, what's the solution? What would the possible solution be?
here is that we are trying to make it so that there's a conversation, but also to ensure that their workload is equitable amongst their colleagues.
Okay, and I guess again, I hear what you're saying there, but what could be a solution to make it work? Given
I think that would be something that the scheduler would have to figure out too. But AMP teachers and even K-8 art or AMP educators are very creative in these solutions. I mean, one school in particular, I saw at least 4 different solutions, and it wasn't a budget impact at all.
Okay.
They could work at the school full time. It was just looking at the schedule in a different way.
Okay. Thank you.
And along these lines, I'm just curious, would JCEA be open to something language in terms of like 30 classes within a week? Because something that I heard earlier was like, I think it was JRLP doesn't teach on Wednesdays, doesn't have classes on Wednesdays. So would we be open to having language of 30 classes within a week? It could be, yes. I don't disagree with that. But
I mean, how many classes do their
But that
classroom
person's only
educators have?
in that program. Then they're only teaching 24 classes. Where
Well, I think I know. And
anyway, all right. So we're not.
I hear what you're saying, Steve, but that would mean the JRLP AMP team would be teaching 8 or 9 sections on the other 4 days, right? Am I doing my math right?
Yeah, 7 to 8.
Yeah, I mean, no, I wouldn't be.
Yeah, 7 times 4 is 28. Sorry.
If you scroll, I mean, again, if you look at how AMP is scheduled, I went to a different article, so I was wondering why I couldn't find it. But I mean, the FTE for AMP, like if you look at that chart, I mean, they really shouldn't be teaching more than 18 classes or sections. So to teach 30, that's like outrageous. I know.
I think one of the complications, the last time I looked at the JRLP schedule with one of the teachers there, they were not teaching any AMP classes in the morning. They had to squeeze them all in the afternoon, and that was one of the problems that I think they could just let them teach some of them in the morning, but that's just my personal opinion.
I was just doing some simple math. Thought I'd throw it out there.
Is this language that we're trying to solve, is it around JRLP or is it around another K?
No, this is all K-8s.
Multiple K-8s.
This is all K-8s.
Okay.
And we've worked with K-8 educators, and we've worked with K-8 AMP coordinators. We think that this is probably the best solution that still allows for freedom within K-8. Again, it's just a different way to look at your scheduling and to not burn out your educators, but also more importantly, to make sure that you have quality programs. If you're teaching more than 6 classes in a day, I don't think that you have enough time to give quality instruction, and our kids deserve more than that.
All right, any other questions around Article 24? Okay, Article 5 will be up next, time management. So we're going to be presenting
Okay.
the JCA hotel version.
Okay. Is it shared? Yeah, there we go. Okay. All right. Let's find something that wasn't. So we accepted your language about the fall of 24 district leadership. We just added including educators after the word stakeholders. I'm sure you meant that, but we just wanted to make sure that was clear. And then, all right, TOSAs. A lot of time on TOSAs this year, but Amy Woodley, one of our TOSAs, is still here with us. She was up in our caucus with us. So when Amy was interviewed for her job, she was told it was 195 days. So, well, it's 200. Sorry. So we're concerned that all of the TOSA job descriptions say 185, and that is not current practice from what we hear. So we believe that TOSA job descriptions will be reviewed and the number of required days will be revised to align with current practice. Required days must be paid at the per diem rate. And then we crossed out a lot of stuff down here. We want to get away from these trade days. You know, when you're being asked to come in over the summer, you're trading away that last summer weekend or whatever for some random day in February. I mean, we just would rather get away from the trade days. We just think that if they need them to work, they should come in and work, and they should be paid their per diem. So let's figure out what the real number of required days is. What are we doing right now? What is needed? Put that in their job description and just pay them. So that's our current proposal on that.
It also makes childcare challenging when we do these trade days.
And telling us is that a lot of times they have to come in anyways and do work anyways because the schools are still, in session, or there might be a concert or a competition or et cetera. And so even though it's their trade day off, they're still doing work. So it doesn't really feel like a trade day.
And then as I go down through this, I just see lots of yellow. Thank you. Oh, yes. Thank you. So it said designated workspace. We were afraid that workspace might be like your cubicle. So we said building. Yeah, and we agree. We want people, unless they've cleared with their administrator, being at work on non-contact days. Thank you, team, for watching out for me, and that's it.
Let me just get some feedback from the folks who supervise TOSAs, and then we'll bring this back on Thursday. Shouldn't be a huge, everything else looks great. Excuse me.
Okay, so it looks like the last item for today at this time is Article 23, District Hotel. And Mike, I believe you're up.
Thank you.
Jennifer's putting it in.
Yep. Is it in yet?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay. All right, here we go. In 23-1, we've accepted your proposal. Christine, thank you for pointing that out. I thought that was great in terms of will not be required, and I think that helped us get to agreement there. We've accepted your learning management system. where am I at here? We accepted your strikeout of alternative practices. Thank you, Amanda. And feel free to tag the team with this with me. And then we've accepted the strikeout of the alternative practices down below as well. And so really we've accepted all of your pieces, and then the one piece we would counter propose and hopefully come to a TA on is the whole issue of if an educator who was hired prior to June of 2023, we said if an educator is unable to attend an in-person event, and we added some of your language from before back in, due to an unforeseen weather, family, or health issue, they may attend virtually if a virtual option is available. So for example, JRLP had prom last night. It's not a virtual option, right? And obviously if they weren't able to attend, that was something the OLT had prioritized, they'd have to take time or work that out with their administrator. So
Prom is fun.
They could dance with their computer in front of them. Weird.
or someone could follow a couple kids around with a laptop monitor. Yeah. So there we go.
Are there any questions or concerns with the changes? Jennifer, did your card's up? Did you have? Oh, okay. Anybody else? Okay. At this time, then, I am going to ask teams, can we TA 23?
Yes.
Fantastic. We have TA'd 2 articles today. Success. Yep, it can all be yellow. Okay, so we got some things done. So it's looking like for next Thursday, and we may need. I'll check in with you, Amanda, on Tuesday. We may have to adjust the start time slightly. So I will let you know if we need to go later. And just for any viewers, we might be starting later on Thursday.
Did you get my email that we can't stream on Thursday?
Yes, I did. I did, and I forgot to tell anybody on my team about it. Hey guys, I got an email that we can't live stream on Thursday. So understood. I kind of figured that was going to be the issue. I would have been surprised if you could have done it because I know that's been an issue in the past. So it is what it is. If people want to see what all the action, you're going to have to be here in vivo. We'll be down on Thursday on the 4th floor in 4E. We invite you to join us for our exciting negotiations. We're wrapping it up. We're getting close, so we encourage you to come and join us. So thank you for reminding me about that. And so part of that, sorry, I'm looking at the agenda again. So while we're doing this, maybe just be looking over the notes. Teams, how do the notes look? And yes, so next Thursday at time to be determined, a little bit later than our normal start time. It will be Ed Center, not live streamed, 4E. And we'll be beginning with Article 25. That's our nurse article. And they're going to be working on some straw design this coming week. And so they'll be bringing some language on Thursday. We are going to have probably, again, I should have added tentative in there, but most probably, but still possibly tentative, comp benefits counterproposal. District will be bringing Article 8, Article 3, Article 24, Article 13, and Article 5. Okay.
At least.
At least.
I probably have more.
Great. And, we'll just, we can touch base on that on Thursday if we need to add anything to that agenda. So we thank all of those that stopped by today and spent time with us and that were watching on the live stream. We always appreciate input, from Brooke.
Some of us are planning on speaking also at the board meeting on May 9th. And we also would like to stand in solidarity with our nurses when they are presenting. So I have a request that we could start negotiations at 6, and then that would give you time to caucus and get all your red lines back to us.
Yeah, were you able to get on the agenda, the public comment?
Well, it doesn't open till Sunday, so
Oh,
yes, I'll
I thought it
get
was on Friday.
Yeah, it's Sunday at 7 a.m.
And does it start at 5:30? Do you know?
Yeah,
Public comment. Okay.
but I'll try. And you could make a special request to have us right there at the beginning.
I have already made that request.
Okay. Well, so could we start at just planning on starting at 6 or as soon as we get to the table?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I think we're reading. If there's any adjustments or changes that need to be made to the notes, there are a lot of notes, which is great. It was a long day, so there's a lot to read through. But when you are done and you're content with where we're at, you can do a thumbs up. Anybody still reading? Okay. All right, looks like we are good with our notes. Thanks everybody for your hard work today at our negotiations, and we'll see you on Thursday at 6 o'clock in room 4E, and it will not be live streamed, so join us live.